Hello, Blue Jay fans, and welcome to Blue Jay Digital's live feed of this Raccoon River Conference battle. It's 3 wrestling matches, or meets actually. The first one's going to be Winterset versus Bondurant-Farrar. The second one will be Winterset versus Ballard, and the third one will be Bondurant-Farrar versus Ballard. We're going to get some starting lineups here in-house in just a little bit, and then they'll kick off. We will have some JV matches, but for the ability to see the varsity matches, we're going to be more zoomed in on that. By the way, this is Patrick Meyer. I have Shannon Klein here with me.
Hey, good evening. Great to be here, ready for some excellent wrestling to come with us tonight.
Perfect. All right. So for those of you that have been following along, all 3 teams are undefeated in conference. So it's a really big night, as this could go a long ways in determining who wins the regular season conference title.
Yeah, we're really in for a treat. It's very rare that you see this quality of wrestling in a dual meet on a Thursday night, and all 3 teams are very capable of winning this, so it'll be exciting.
We're going to step away just for a second for the national anthem. All right. So as we were talking about the 3 undefeated teams, as it turned out last year, all 3 of these teams finished 6-1 in conference, so it was a 3-way tie for the championship.
A lot of that just depends on how the matches fall, and if we get some bonus points in any of the matches, that could go a long way in determining the conference champion. So you know that what the coaches are going to be doing is if they got a tech fall in hand, they're going to be asking to look for the pin. If it's a decision, they're going to be wanting to get a major. So those bonus points are going to come in huge for each of these duels that we'll have tonight.
Absolutely. Got to be hunting for those extra points. For those of you that don't follow a lot of wrestling, so a regular win if by less than 8 points gets you 3 team points. If you win by 8 to 14 points, it gets you 4 points. The tech fall is at any point you have a 15-point lead, they end the match and you get 5 points. Or if you pin the other kid, you get 6. So we're going to skip the big, massive starting lineup, and we're going to jump right into wrestling at 132 pounds. Cannon Extam for Bondurant, 9-3 on the season, versus Keegan Jensen for Winterset, 11-6 on the season.
Jensen, a sophomore, coming into this match for Winterset. That's a program that's really built themselves up over the past 5 years. If you're just tuning in to watch, Winterset's done a fantastic job. Bondurant loaded with seniors, juniors, sophomores, so a really good duel ahead of us here with 2 teams that are used to having recent success.
Winterset did lose several key seniors last year, so definitely a different build for them, as they had 3 state qualifiers and actually 3 state place winners that all graduated.
You can see Extam trying to go for a head as he's pushing on that head. He wants to set up his own shot. Jensen trying to fight hands with that, and he just wants to loosen up here and get himself backed out so he can start over on his offense.
They're going to call a stalemate, try to get these guys loosened up a little bit so they can get the action moving again. Extam frequently looks for that fireman, so we'll see if he gets there. So ankle on there for Jensen, but Extam fighting it off, trying to get around the backside.
Right here, you should get that crossface to finish it.
With 1:10 remaining in the first quarter, or first period. Sorry, I've been doing some basketball games. The first period, Extam takes a 2-0 lead. Extam's tough on top. Likes to put the leg in. We'll see how that goes.
It'd be nice to get him out of bounds here and get a fresh start. If Jensen's in that sit-out position, he can do a lot from there, so it was good to get out of bounds for Extam.
50.7 seconds in the first period. Jensen tries the switch. Extam's able to hold him down there, now putting heavy pressure on the shoulders.
And you talked about him being tough on top. So as we go through this, I'm interested to see some of the different things that he can do when he is on top to keep that pressure on.
These two did meet last year in the duel here in Bondurant, and Jensen came away with the win over Extam 8-5. If I recall correctly, Extam started out with the lead, and then Jensen closed and ended up coming away with the win. They're going to call Extam warning for stalling, saying he's not doing enough to try to improve his position, score some points.
You'll notice he was riding parallel there, and that's where you can get that stalling call. You got to get off to the side or out in front of the head, which is dangerous as the offensive guy, but you want to get off to the side and try to work a turn. That tight waist is really good there with the 2-on-1 on that arm.
And there's that leg he's been looking for.
Just opened up enough for him to get in there, so a good job of taking him down and riding him out. 2-0 after the end of the first period is a really good way to start a match for any wrestler.
I'm going to give it a little instruction to the towel boy, see if we can't get him to do it precisely how the official would like. Green defers, even though it looked like he was pointing down. So Extam defers. Keegan Jensen going to choose down. Extam is going to let him up. That's an interesting move. I haven't seen that a whole lot. So that's going to be 1 point for Keegan Jensen. I say that I haven't seen that a whole lot. I haven't seen that a whole lot from Cannon.
Yeah, especially with him being a good top wrestler. But maybe he's confident on his feet, and we see a nice shot there out of him.
Looking to finish. Jensen's trying to hook his own leg, or hook Cannon's leg, and see if he can't stalemate it up here. Maybe he's even going to try and get his hips up to improve that. And that's going to be 2 points for Jensen. Extam in trouble now. Got that cradle locked up. Got to try and break those hands. That looks like that might be a fall. That's going to be a fall for Keegan Jensen. 6 points for Winterset.
Yeah, so Jensen comfortable on his feet there. They got into a scramble situation. Somebody that's a cradler, and he knew how to lock that up. And even some pretty great wrestlers get caught in cradles. So not the way that Bondurant had hoped to start this duel. We'll see if we can get some points back here.
So at 138 pounds, we're going to have Trevor Overrocklin for Bondurant, a sophomore, 13-3 on the season, versus Jensen Kaldenberg, not to be confused with Keegan Jensen, who was the last wrestler for Winterset. Kaldenberg's a junior, 12-6 on the season. And officials checking something. So this is the 138 pounds. There are 14 weight classes in high school wrestling. Bondurant currently specifically stronger at the lighter weights, where we have ranked kids at all 4 of the weights that we'll finish the night with.
And so while you'd like to kind of count on some points coming out of there, a decision or a major, it's going to take a fall, maybe an unexpected one at some of those lighter weights, to get this duel to go the way the Blue Jay fans want it to turn out.
All right, not sure what the delay was, but we're ready to get going now. Overrocklin's been wrestling really tough so far this year. Lost one up at Carroll by a point early in the season. Kaldenberg with a good single. Brings it up. Overrockling's trying to get his balance back. And it's going to end up out of bounds, which is good for Overrockling. Back on their feet, no points awarded.
He's a tough kid. He's strong. He's a good wrestler. He's been wrestling a long time. He just kind of understands how to keep his balance when he's got a leg off the mat there. He did a good job of getting a fresh start.
Looks like Kaldenberg has a bit of a height advantage on Trevor. Trevor, good job getting his feet back there. Now as that, going to give that up, come back up to a double underhook.
He's trying to snap him down here. If he could get a chin, they'd let it keep going, but just kind of in there in a hangout position, he'll get a stalemate and a restart with 1:10 left in the first.
Went for that knee, came up a little short. Instead of hanging out on the mat, came back up. Fight some hands in a neutral position. Jensen with the shot now. Overrockling's able to fight it off. He does have that chin now.
There we go.
He gave it up looking for the double under.
Yep. He does need to keep snapping him down here. That's a good move on Trevor's part.
40 seconds left in the first period. Gonna have another stalemate. Kaldenberg's been on the aggressive with more shots, but Overrockling's been able to defend them pretty well so far.
He's doing a good job of defending that single, good single attempt there by Kaldenberg, and Overrockling able to hip down and really apply a lot of pressure to that head and that shoulder, which is he was then able to get his arm out.
Sometimes you got a risk of being called for stalling when the other guy's taking a lot more shots, but Overrockling's not really backing up. He's just defending Kaldenberg's shots. 2 seconds, 1 second, and we're going to end this period with no score.
You could see he had the whizzer there on the edge of the mat, and that was his defense to the single leg for Overrockling, was that whizzer, and that's what kept him from giving up any points. So a good scramble. Both wrestlers doing a good job this first period, but it's still scoreless.
Kaldenberg had first option. He deferred to the third period. Overrockling picked down. Got to try and get out quick. Kaldenberg was able to tie up the legs a little bit there. Kaldenberg trying to put that pressure on that back arm, get Trevor back down to the mat. Trying to get that arm on his back. Not sure if they're going to let this go much longer. He's kind of riding parallel as well, as you mentioned with X-Tam earlier. But so far, he's been pressuring that arm, so they've been letting it go. He's trying to get that far wrist so he can turn him around. 1:09 remaining in the second period.
Trevor's got to get that wrist out if he wants to fight this.
The officials counting near fall points now. Looking to see if the shoulders are up. He's got 3 near fall if he doesn't get the pin.
There, he's got his wrist free, so he should be all right here, but he's got to keep working forward and trying to come up.
38 seconds remaining in the second period.
He's got to get that hand out.
He's going to look to do the same move Kaldenberg is. The official has not awarded the near fall points yet.
Now both arms are trapped. Trevor did a good job of working that right arm out, though. You don't want both of them trapped. That's a bad situation.
And he awards a 3 near fall.
So good job there by Trevor working out of it. He did give up the back points.
We're at 8 seconds. If Trevor can get away here quick, it'll be a point. Kaldenberg with a good mat return. We're going to end this first period 3-0. We'll end the second period. Kaldenberg's up 3-0.
And he just spent 90 seconds with that left shoulder getting wrenched on. That's definitely going to be sore. He'll be able to shake it off here and move forward. A tough kid who understands that the match is 6 minutes long, and now he's got 2 minutes to work his stuff on top, and you see a cradle attempt there right away.
Drops that leg in on the other side. Kaldenberg trying to work up. And Overrocklin tried to switch that into a double. Kaldenberg's going to get the reversal on that. Takes a 5-0 lead. Overrocklin now needs to try to get out from the bottom of the... See if he can get that escape point and then work some offense. And he gets the escape. 1:20 remaining. And they're pausing the match for some injury time. Kaldenberg had something happen to his finger while he was trying to hold Overrocklin down. Fighting hands there and might have got a finger pulled a little bit there. So 5-1 the match score, a minute 17 remaining in the third period. High school wrestling is 3 2-minute periods. Kaldenberg again with the shot. Overrocklin getting his hips back.
He's doing a good job of getting hip pressure and trying to scoot back. It'd be nice if he could score on this with that, the arms in good position. We'll get a stalemate out of there. He's got 46 seconds, and we're going to need a 5-point move out of Trevor here in order to win this match. Kaldenberg staying aggressive on his offense.
Kaldenberg with the good defense on that shot. Back up to a neutral position. Under 30 seconds now. Kaldenberg in on that leg.
If he was ever going to hit a spladle, this would be his chance. That leg caught with a head on the inside. Or a neck wrench as they come up, trying to roll him through.
And, he gets the 2-point takedown. Almost had him to his back. Not going to be there. Kaldenberg's going to win this one 5-3. That's going to give Winterset a 9-0 lead to start this. And at 145 pounds for Bondurant-Farrar, we're going to see Kane Cramblett, a junior, versus Winterset's Eduardo Garcia, sophomore. Cramblett 10-8 on the season. Garcia 14-5. I don't believe these two have faced each other. Garcia was stuck behind some pretty solid senior wrestlers last year. So
yeah, he's had good teachers as partners in the room. So definitely his chance this year to see what he can do, and he's got a nice record coming into this duel. Great shot by Kane. Wow.
Whizzer in there by Garcia. Oh, wow. Garcia was able to turn that whizzer into a hip toss, getting Kane to his back. That's going to be a 2 takedown and 3 near fall for Garcia.
You saw a lot of scrambling there when they were on their feet. If you go back and watch that sequence, it was both guys going hard, and Garcia was able to hook up a fireman's carry, which some of those old school guys really love to hit that, and I'm sure it's taught in Winterset, and he was able to capitalize on that. Cramblett just kind of caught more than anything, and so what started as a great move by Kane ended up with him on his back, and that's why we just got to keep wrestling, because you never know what's going to happen in a 10-second period.
50 seconds remaining in the first period. Garcia working hard on top, trying to get that arm behind Kane's back. Had it there, but Kane was able to fight it off the first time, but he's still working to get it back there. A good ride so far. Cramblett now got his hips under him. A lot of pressure still there from Garcia. 30 seconds remaining.
He's doing a good job of working hands and coming up to his feet. If he could turn into that and get his point, it'd be huge.
And he does. 5-1
nice
now.
shot. Another beautiful high crotch as he's trying to cut across. That was a great shot by Cramblett.
7 seconds.
He's got to get that right
3,
arm over.
2.
Yes, that's the right call. He has control.
He gets the 2 with about 2 seconds left, so it's going to be 5-3 after 1 period. Good job battling back by Cramblett. Kane has the first option. He's going to defer. Garcia is going to choose down position to start the second period.
Great job by continually wrestling, just going until the whistle blew out of Cramblett there, because if it was a minute 59, he wasn't going to get that point, but that last second, he got it.
Garcia goes for the switch. Kane's able to keep that wrist. Trying to break him back down to the mat. Garcia's up. Cramblett trying to bring him back down and is able to. They're going to go out of bounds. Same position. Garcia is going to be down. Minute 37 in the second period. Cramblett now has that arm on his back. Garcia trying to push right into it and see if he can't pressure Kane over. Cramblett now looking for that half, it looks like, on the right side. And calls a stalemate. It's a little hard to see that action from where we were to see. Garcia goes for that switch again. Cramblett able to maintain control. Minute 12 remaining in the second period. 5-3 right now. Garcia's ahead. Cramblett putting together a good ride so far.
You can see that left arm over the head of Garcia. You don't want it to be there unless you got that cradle locked up. Puts you in a dangerous position. He did a great job of getting that back. Garcia did. If he'd have seen that sooner, it could have been a bad thing for Kane.
39 seconds remaining now in the second. Garcia still in the bottom position. Garcia goes for that switch again. Cramblett's going to try the re-switch, and
nice.
Looks like he has it.
He's got that leg in. He's all right.
Garcia had that leg, but Cramblett was able to control it, and now he's in a position to try to look for back points with that power half. There we go. Now he's coming from the power half on the other side, and you're saying not near fall points yet. We're at 6 seconds remaining in the period. Garcia doing a good job of fighting, not allowing himself to go over. And at the end of the second period, it's going to be Garcia ahead 5-3. Cramblett's going to have the choice. He's going to choose down.
And you might think, well, he was doing such a good job on top. Why is he going in the down position? Well, he needs to score points. He's got to have points here. The best chance of that is getting an escape, which he has shown that he can do, and then a takedown, which he has also shown he could do. Then he could get a chance to work his offense on top. So that's why the coaches decided to put him down to start this period, is so that he can score more points.
Cramblett going for the stand-up. Garcia had the mat return for the first time. Cramblett now has him on his back. Near fall points, no, but they did give the 2 reversal, and now it's going to be a 2 reversal back. And now an escape for Cramblett. So that's going to be, I think our score is wrong, but it's going to be 7-6 now, Cramblett down. Is that what you have? Yeah, they got it on the scoreboard now.
7-6 in favor of Garcia.
Yep. Cramblett now in on the shot. Gets that leg hook. If he can limp arm out, he's got the points. Garcia now in a position where he might have something. A minute 10 remaining. And Garcia now. Yep. Very, very big scramble position. Cramlett's in a position where I think if he can get his arm out, he's got the 2. Garcia's just holding on to that arm with everything he's got.
Yeah, he's got control, so he has the 2.
Oh, they did give it to him. Okay. And now they're going to call a stalemate. So Cramlett's ahead 8-7, 46 seconds remaining in the third period. Cramlett's got to try and hold him down. If Garcia gets out, it'll tie it up. Garcia goes for that switch, which he's been doing. Cramlett's able to slow that down, gets his hips down to the mat now. 35 seconds. Remember, Cramlett rode the whole second period. Needs to put together another 30 seconds worth of it.
Well, we've seen him wrestle well the last 20 seconds of the first 2 periods. He's got to continue that here to win this match. He's got a 1-point lead. If he could keep that left arm tied up and break the hips down, he's gold.
I think there's a chance he might be looking for some back points at the same time. Wait, stalling on top. I disagree vehemently with that call as Kane was working a move. 12 seconds remaining, and Cramlett gets the mat return. Garcia goes for the switch, doesn't get it. Cramlett's got to hold him down. 5 seconds now. Cramlett's in a good position. He's going to come away with this win 8-7. Good wrestling by Cramlett and Garcia. That was a good match.
That's a really good match, and that's a huge win for Kane Cramlett.
Now coming up at 152 pounds for Bondurant-Farrar, Cooper Jones, a sophomore, 9-5. For Winterset, Tyler Brown, a senior, 12-4 on the season. Returning state placer, he finished 5th last year at 152 pounds and is currently ranked number 3 according to IA Wrestle at 160 pounds.
Yeah, he's their stud. Spent the last 3 years working with those guys that are a grade ahead of him, and they were pretty fantastic last year. He's just been a part of that. So this is their leader of the team on the mat as far as skill and talent. And Cooper Jones, one thing we know about Cooper is he's going to go hard for 6 minutes, and if it takes 8 or 9, he'll go hard for that too. So excited for this opportunity for Cooper Jones against Tyler Brown.
Tyler with a good set. Gets the 2 takedown. And Cooper came down just funny on his shoulder, I think, so the official stopped it. We're going to restart now. Brown working that left arm hard. Cooper up in the neutral position, trying to get out. Brown brings him down, but Cooper gets out, gets the escape, and now looking for a 2 of his own, and gets it. Good reaction to right after the escape to get that takedown. And good mat return attempt there. Brown looking for the switch. Jones still behind. A little high now, dangerous position. And Brown's
just let him go here. You know, give up 1, not 2.
Cooper was looking for a throw. Brown was able to adjust to it, and he gets the takedown himself and is getting some near fall points. And Cooper's got a tough fight here. 57 seconds remaining, and that's going to be a fall.
So one thing that stood out to me is Cooper went and attacked, and that shows that he's willing to wrestle anybody, any place, any time. He just went out and went after it, didn't care what the kid was ranked, and he got some points out of it because he kept wrestling hard and he went after it. Trying to throw a kid that's a state place winner with a ton of experience in that situation isn't going to work, and Cooper will learn that. I just am really impressed that he went out and he went and attacked, and it was great for the coaches to be able to see that they know that Cooper's going to get after it.
Coming up now at 160 pounds, Aiden Carl, a freshman for Bondurant at 7-5 on the season, versus Cale Forsythe, a junior for Winterset, 14-5 on the season. Forsythe had the unfortunate battle with Neil Larson 2 times last year, ended up in a tech fall and a fall for Neil. Neil was a state placer as well, so nothing against Forsythe on that. A lot of people got their butts kicked by Neil. in on a shot, and good finish by Forsythe, gets the takedown. Carl, good job getting right to his stomach. Looking for the cradle, gets it locked up. That's really tight, but he doesn't have it locked. And he's holding 2 for near fall. I'm not entirely sure that it shouldn't have been awarded yet, but he hasn't awarded it yet. And now he has near fall 2 for Forsythe. Forsythe working it's almost a butcher, but not exactly. Decides to switch, try and get a cradle up. He's trying to grab that arm underneath, I think. But 45 seconds remaining in the first period. That was an elbow straight to the head. That's going to be a penalty against Forsythe because you can't just elbow somebody in the back of the head. So 4-1 score now, 30 seconds remaining. You can drive your elbow into the back of their head essentially, but you can't elbow them with basically a flying elbow.
Yeah, there's a method to that. A flying elbow would be a really good way to describe what not to do.
30 seconds remaining in the first. Forsythe with a lot of pressure at the front. Carl up to his feet and is going to get that escape. And goes for some of his own offense. Forsythe able to get his legs back. Hand fighting with 15 seconds remaining in the first period. Five seconds.
There's that fireman's again.
And that's going to be a fireman's as time expired. To give Forsythe a 6-2 lead. Carl's going to choose down to start the second period. Good mat return by Forsythe. Official looking to make sure he doesn't have his hands locked. Carl right back up and is going to get the escape. 6-3 now. Winterset ahead on this match. Carl with the deep shot. Tries following it up. Forsythe able to get his legs back, and now they're both neutral. He looks for that fireman's again. Carl saw it coming a little better, but he was still able to finish it.
Once Forsythe had that tricep, it was over. It's really hard to defend that, even if you don't get the legs. It's just such a tight grip, and physics comes into play on that whole deal. So it's really hard to defend that once somebody gets so high on your arm.
So that's going to be a 2 takedown and a 2 near fall. Forsythe looking for some more. It's 10-3 now, the match score. Carl trying to get his arm free over here. Forsythe looking for that cradle, but doesn't have it locked up. He's trying taking him over anyway. 45 seconds remaining in the second. Trying to power half it. Typically you see that with the leg in. He doesn't have the leg in, but he's able to find the cradle.
That's just an experience thing there for Aiden. He stepped that leg up and helped Forsythe hook up that cradle by stepping into it.
No points yet on that. 20 seconds remaining in the second. Carl doing a good job of fighting this cradle. Gets the hands broken, is able to come out in front. Needs to get away to get that point. And he does. Remember, Forsythe scored with no time left in the first period. Looks like this period's going to end without an additional score. So 10-4 now. Winterset ahead on this match after 2. And Forsythe is going to choose neutral. See if Carl can get his shots, get his offense going, looking for his own shot. He's tended to be more of a double leg shooter so far this year. We'll see if he can set one up and get a blast double in there.
So Aiden was there working the head really heavy, and that's when Forsythe dropped in on the legs, but he kept that pressure on the head, and now he's got a front headlock locked up. So Aiden doing a good job of maintaining that pressure and looking to score. He never gave up on it. He's got to get his leg back, but he did a good job of maintaining pressure.
Now he's got to get that whizzer in because, oh, never mind. We're still out in front. Gets his leg back, gets around behind, and gets the 2.
That's a great takedown right there.
10-6 now, minute 14 remaining. Depending on what you're looking for, you might look to let him up to see if you can get another takedown, because even if you got the 3-point near fall here, it wouldn't be enough to tie the match. But if you're just hoping to avoid bonus points, you say hold him there, ride him as long as you can.
Stalling against Winterset there. Forsythe not doing much to improve his position, and they're going to try and cut him here so that he can look for a throw.
So that's going to be an escape, 1 point. Carl goes right back in, but Forsythe is able to defend that one. And, ooh, had bad leverage on that one.
Belly down, come on.
2 takedown Forsythe. It's 13-6. That's a 7-point lead. Winterset should be looking to cut him now and see if you can get an escape takedown to look for that 8-point lead.
Aiden's got to get his head up here and go forward.
Super quick stall call on bottom, though. 13 seconds remaining. Aiden's got to not go over. 10.
So he's just got to work and continue to go forward here. And
3
he should
seconds.
be fine.
We're good. Well, yeah, okay. So 13-6 going to be the final, which results in a regular decision. 3 points for Winterset. Winterset's going to go ahead 18-3 now.
So that match, I mean, that's mat time right there. That's nothing against Aiden Carl. That's just kill Forsythe. He's a junior. He's been on the mat. You said that Neil worked him over a couple times last year. You learn from that, right? And so that's going to come for Aiden Carl, that mat time. Forsythe has had the mat time. Aiden hasn't. He's going to get there. He's a hard worker. He's smart. He will get to that level where he's going to win those matches in the future.
This might be one of your premier matches of the night, and Porter, too, is back already. These are 2 state qualifiers from last year. Porter Smith for Bondurant at 170 pounds. Brady Behringer for Winterset. Porter with the quick 2-point takedown. Thought he might get some near fall out of that, too, but he did not. Porter looks fired up, though, for this one. Somebody must have told him we need some more team points. Smith 12-5 on the year. Behringer 16-2. They're going to go out of bounds and reset in the middle. Behringer getting some ranking look, number 11 according to IA Wrestle. Porter controls that switch attempt. Has the arm on the back. Now he's going to try and work some back points with that. The kid's telling the official that I can't do anything, and sometimes that's true, and you still have to try and improve.
This could be the first of many matches they wrestle in the next month between now and the state tournament.
Raccoon River Conference tournament coming up in just over 2 weeks. Porter still got that arm locked up, 32 seconds remaining. Looking to try to do something with that. "13 seconds now. Hard ride by Porter. Still looking to get some near fall points out of this. 5 seconds now. Behringer has a good job with that far wrist, not allowing Porter to score off of that.
Man, it's fun to see Porter come out like that for that first period. He looked good.
Winterset's going to defer. Porter's going to choose down to start the second period. Porter up right away. Behringer with a lift in return, but Porter right back up, looking for a switch. Behringer looks like he's trying to get that leg in. Porter catches it. Going to try to come out the backside. That's going to be a reversal for Porter. And they're going to go out of bounds, restart at the middle. Minute 30 remaining in the second period.
So Porter with a wing on the right side there. He has that arm trapped, and he's trying to work his offense. And Behringer really unable to do much just because of that arm is tied up, and Porter putting so much pressure on him, both on his hips and on his shoulder there.
Going to run out of real estate, go out of bounds. Minute 10 remaining in the second. Behringer did get the better of Porter 2 times last year. Porter looking for a little revenge. Good switch attempt by Behringer. Kind of a headlock toss by Behringer there. Not able to get into his back, but does get the one escape.
In on that leg again.
Yeah. Porter now looking, needs to try to elevate that leg. 50 seconds remaining in the second. If he can squeeze his left arm through, he'll have the points. He might, honestly, if he just lets go of his right hand, I think he might have been able to squeeze out. I'm not sure. It was a weird position for those two. So still going to be neutral. 34 seconds remaining in the second. Porter had 4-1. Deep shot by Behringer. Porter able to kind of just belly out on top of him. Oftentimes this is going to turn out in a stalemate, and it does. Hard to score when each guy has an ankle that way. 22 seconds remaining in the second. See who can try to make a move before the end of the period. 13 seconds remaining. Porter needs to try and come around behind, see if he can. He's looking for a throw. Not going to go. It's going to be a 2-point takedown for Behringer.
Kind of like to see that again. I don't know if there's going to be back or not.
They did. He's giving him 2 near fall.
That's pretty close. I wasn't sure about that.
So it's going to be 5-4 now. Behringer's going to be ahead to start the third period. Behringer takes down. So this is looking a lot like the start of the first period where Porter's got an arm and Behringer's looking at the official, putting his hand up saying, I don't know what you want me to do.
Going to have to cut him here within the next 10 seconds to try and score a takedown because he's not making any headway on this turn.
Try for a crossface and miss. You're going to get a stall now, red. Minute 13 remaining, though. I don't know that you're going to get enough stalls to win it that way. Third stall warning gets a point. We're under a minute now in the third.
Yeah, and this is where it's critical to cut him so you can work some offense here.
Oh, hey, or we're going to get some near fall point. He's got the 2. He's got the 2 he's holding. Okay, and he awards it.
I'll eat crow on that one all day. That's a great move.
As we're telling him to let him go, he gets the 2 near fall. Okay, now don't let him go.
Right, now you got to ride him out. You've got the stall warning in your pocket.
Behringer hips into him hard. It gets the 2 reversal. Porter to his back. 23 seconds remaining. Porter's trying to hit back over and gets pinned. What a turn of events there.
That was a wild 40 seconds of wrestling there. And it kind of had it all. And unfortunately for the Blue Jays, Porter ends up on the wrong end of that fall.
With that pin, Winterset goes ahead 24-3 now after 6 matches. Now up at 182 pounds, John Powers for Bondurant-Farrar, 14-2 on the season, versus Riley Hovind Jr., 16-2 on the season. So good opportunity for both these guys to kind of prove where they're at and maybe find some seeding in the conference tournament. No rankings yet for either one. Sometimes you need that key win before the rankings actually pay any attention to you. Powers out in front, was looking to try and toss him over. Hovind countered well. Thought he might end up having leverage on John to get him tossed back, but John does a good job of getting his hips back, getting out of trouble.
So one thing about John Powers is he's got great body control. He can kind of get off balance, but he still has control of everything. Really good hip flexibility, and he moves well on his feet. And so he can get himself into some of those maybe riskier situations and get out of them. You just don't want to get too far into that too deep, especially with somebody who has definitely had a successful year with 16 wins already.
Hovind last year had to face Cody Hall twice, lost to him both times. Cody Hall obviously had a very good season for us as well. Powers with the takedown now. John tends to come up with some funky rides sometimes, so we'll see what happens here. Hovind goes for the switch and has John's leg. And John's looking to re-switch from that. No points awarded yet. Hovind's going to try and pull him back in. Johns goes for the head, and John's going to, they're going to give the 2 reversal with 1 second left. Okay.
Somebody watching with a freestyle background, kind of curious to know what the points would be on that if we were doing freestyle. I wasn't able to keep track.
And John came through kind of awkward on his back there. A little injury time. I think he's okay. After the first period, it's going to be a 2-2 tie. Looks like John's okay. Maybe just needs a second. John's going to choose down.
Trying to roll through there.
Yep. Catches an ankle. Hovind's going to try and tilt him back up onto his back. John's in a tough position, but Hovind bends his leg. I didn't look ill intent. He just kept going after the whistle. Was potentially dangerous is why the officials stopped it. There's that hip flexibility you were counting on for Powers, though. That's why he didn't get hurt from that. John trying to catch a leg in there. I'm not sure what he's going to do with that, but minute 37 now remaining. A lot of pressure up top from Hovind. I think just trying to tire John out a little bit. Just trying to drive him forward, keep that pressure on. John's underneath fighting hand control. And went for the roll. And
he's looking for 2. He definitely has 1.
Okay, so they're going to give him the 1 escape. He almost had a reversal. We're going to be neutral now with a minute 3 remaining in the second. Hovind looked for the double. John was able to get back. John still looking like he's a little uncomfortable with whatever was happening at the end of the first, but does a good job dropping under and catches Hovind in a tough spot, spins around, gets the 2 points.
He just kept wrestling there when they got down to the mat, and that's why he was able to score.
He's got that backside wrist trying to control keep him on the mat. Just under 30 seconds remaining in the second. John's got to try and keep him down for this 20 seconds, avoid giving up any late second points. Hovind looking for the switch. John follows well on that. Now 10 seconds remaining. Hovind looks for the roll, rolls out of bounds. Still going to be in the down position with 8.8 remaining in the second. First initial burst out of this whistle is going to be what determines the points probably. Typically the bottom guy would be looking to escape really fast. He went for the switch. John is trying to fight that arm. That's not two, but it's not. Whoa!
There's not two. He still has the arm.
Whoa! That is a terrible call. Terrible call. I don't know this official, but it was terrible. So 5-4 now, or no. 5-4. Yeah, that's the right score. Okay. So Hovind chooses down to start the third period. John is still ahead by 1. John tried to lock up a cradle, it looks like. Hovind doing a good job of spreading himself out, not letting that happen. He's got that far arm. John's got a leg in, going to try and work something there. Maybe he didn't have a leg in.
Looking for that cradle. It's a nice crossface. You just got to lock it up, keep that arm in there, and bump the hips.
And he's got the cradle,
You
tilts
bet.
it back. Oh, not quite.
Come to your feet. 1, not 2 here. John's got to come up. He doesn't want to give up a reversal. He's got to come up.
So there's going to be the 1 escape. So we're all tied up.
1 minute left in a tie match.
And we got a stalemate now, 51 seconds remaining. Coach Corey trying to get some tips in there. Spends more time with powers in practice probably than anybody else. Now you test out that endurance. Ooh, good return, or good recovery by Hovind to get the 2. Now, John's got to try and get out. 31 seconds remaining.
Hovind's working that arm on the back. He's got the wrist pushed across.
Oh, fight, John, 15 seconds. That's going to be a fall. Couple of really close matches that end up in falls for Winterset. Really hurts the team score there. Gonna need some work done really quick by some Bondurant guys. 195 pounds now. Junior Evan Reha for Bondurant-Farrar, 12-8 on the season, versus Carter Smuck, sophomore, 10-8 for Winterset. Smuck looking for that headlock. Reha gets out of that. Both these guys were primarily JV last year.
So they've put in their time. They've learned how to wrestle. They're getting their shot on varsity this year, and just kind of to see what they can build on from the beginning of the year. Where are they at now in the middle of the season as they get to the end? Just how much improvement you get by wrestling that varsity level competition. We start to see some more of this lower scoring matches as we get into these bigger weights, as there's a lot more pushing and leaning than there is quick shots and reversals.
But if you get one of them on their back, a lot of times that ends in a fall.
Yeah, no doubt about that for sure.
So they're going to hit Reha with the stalling for backing out on that headlock. 45 seconds remaining in the first period. Reha with the low single, going to come up. and you can't scissor the head. So that's going to be 1 point for Evan. You saw Smuck lock his feet around the head, and that's an illegal move. Reha now goes for the double. Going to try and just drive right through him. They've been pretty quick with the stalemate so far, so this is probably about where this one's going to end. 15 seconds remaining, though, in the period. Evan's still working, has the elevation.
Nice to come up through the legs here with that left arm. If he could get that free, if he could swim up through, he's going to run out of time, but he really did a good job of being aggressive. And after that stalling call of getting after it here on his feet.
So it's going to be 1-0 after the first period. And, there was apparently a half a second left. So we reset for that. Reha's going to choose down to start the second period. Right up. Smuck with the good mat return. Looks like he has that arm caught as well. Reha trying to get his hips up. Smuck laying on his hips. That would be potentially stalling here in a minute if he doesn't move out to the side at some point. Now he's got that far wrist. That's the problem. Reha's got to get that arm out. Good move by Smuck, working him over on that.
Yeah, he was just patient with it.
Good move by Carter Smuck. And this is getting into a very precarious position for Bondurant. And we're going to see Noah Winger come out now. Freshman, 2-2 on the season. I believe that's JV matches. Versus Henry Tromba, senior, 8-10 on the season. Essentially, Bondurant has to pin out to win. They could do a decision, but realistically, yeah.
Yes, the math on that works out. Patrick, good job.
It's unfortunate that I'm right on that one. We'll see what Winger can find here. Looks for a throw. Tromba's ducks it. And kind of in a weird position now. Winger caught a leg going down. They're going to give Tromba the takedown, but Winger's on top. That interesting call. So 2 takedown Tromba, 1 escape Winger.
We've seen 2 really quick whistles right on the edge of the mat tonight, and you can wrestle out of bounds, but it's really not clearly defined as it should be, and so that's where there's a lot left to be desired with that rule specifically in high school wrestling.
So Winger looks for the throw again. Tromba's able to fight it off. I think he probably sees it coming now, so I think it could be dangerous to go for that same move a third time. We'll see what happens. A lot of times you have some success with a move as in your younger days, and I missed what happened there. Official just thought they were doing something he didn't like. Tromba now trying to hoist him up and get his own throw. Winger trying to get out of there. And Tromba gets the takedown too. 30 seconds remaining in the first.
Noah's another kid who's going to get better with more mat time. A lot of his youth wrestling was very dominant, was able to overpower a lot of kids just because of how well built he is. And he'll just get better with the more mat time that he gets. He'll gain confidence in some other moves so he can learn something besides his throws. And it's just going to come with more time, and he'll get that. He'll stick with it. He's another one that's really smart. He's a hard worker. He's strong. He understands the sport, and he'll continue to get better.
So Winger defers. Tromba takes down. Yeah, Winger also missed a fair amount of his 7th grade season with was it a broken foot or a dislocated knee? It was something with a leg injury. So that always slows down quite a bit because not only are you missing your season, but you're missing just overall development that you're looking for. We got a little bit of a scramble. Tromba's going to come out on top. I'm not sure I like his back. Oh, wow, and that's a fall. I was going to say, I feel like his back points aren't quite where they should be for angle to the mat, but it didn't end up mattering.
So now it's not so much about the team score anymore because Winterset is going to win this duel, but it's more about that individual improvement. And so looking at what can you do as a wrestler individually, and I get that it's a team sport, but you can't win this duel. So you're looking at what you can work on individually and make yourself better here. Winterset's going to come out on top on the end of the score race here tonight.
So at heavyweight, we got Isaiah Larson, a sophomore for Bondurant at 9-5 versus Dugan Talley, a junior, 15-2 on the season for Winterset. Both big guys looking for a throw, and Talley's going to come out on top on that one. And like I said about heavyweights, a lot of times you get the guy towards his back and it ends up in a fall. So Isaiah's going to get pinned on that one. Talley with the fall.
So there's a name you've seen a lot in Winterset. That's definitely not the same kid. There's multiple. So if you feel like he's been in high school 7 years, he hasn't. There's a bunch of them down there.
So at 48-3, the team score now. We're going to switch back around to 106 pounds. For Bondurant-Farrar, Cody Hay Jr., 13-2 on the season, currently ranked 8 by predicament and 10 by wrestle. For Winterset freshman, Cochran, 15-2 on the season. Opportunity for Cochran to try and make some noise of his own, or for Cody to keep doing what he's been doing.
Man, Cody really has had a nice season. He has taken his opportunity, and he's really wrestled well, and he's come a long ways even from the beginning of December. He just does a nice job. He's a hard worker, and he wrestles really well.
You talk about being stuck behind some guys. You know, he had a line of people in front of him. Cochran with the takedown, too. Between Riley Anderson being the 106-pounder, Cody's freshman year, escaped 1 point, to Chase Fizer being the 106-pounder last year. Both guys placed at those weights, so when you're stuck behind a kid who places at state and there's no lower weight class, there's not a lot for you to do on that one. Cody now looking to get him to his back, gets the 2 takedown.
It goes to show what can happen to you, good things if you are consistent and you persevere through some adversity and you take advantage of the opportunity. So taking advantage of his JV wrestling opportunities has set him up for success his junior year on the varsity level.
And he's actually being pushed by some other 106-pounders. We have some depth in the room at that weight, so he's got to work hard every day because there's a risk that somebody might try to take that job from him. He's trying to look for some back points and maybe even a fall right here. I don't know.
They're going to get potentially dangerous on that with that shoulder being
so he did get the 3 near fall. I didn't see him counting, but I think he was counting on the far side of himself, so he couldn't really see it from here. 5.6 seconds remaining in the first period. Cochran looks for the sit-out. Cody controls, and we're going to end this first period at a 6-2 score with Hay on top. Cochran looking for that switch again. Cody's got that back wrist, which tends to stop the switch in its tracks. Cody now trying to roll him up over that shoulder, and I would have thought that would have been a fall based off of how fast we were calling him earlier. It was not, but that's 3 near fall if he doesn't get the pin. Might be able to scoop that head with his knee.
Oh, there you go. He's got him. The
good
reverse
recovery.
Half. You bet.
Cochran with a good fight to get off his back, but Cody caught him as he was working for it. Into almost a Saturday night ride now. Minute left in the second period.
He just needs to hang out here, arch his back a little bit, and keep it tight.
And that's going to be the fall for Hay. Now coming up at 113 pounds for Bondurant-Farrar, Dalton Rowell, 12-1 of the season. Number 6 for the predicament, number 11 for IA Wrestle. And for Winterset, it's going to be Kyle Bushong, 9-7. He's a sophomore.
Dalton Rowell coming off a huge win last week against Woodward Granger in the duel. Just somebody who came into the season, we knew he was a good wrestler, but he's proven it time after time. He's just done a really good job this year at 113 pounds.
Yeah, he was stuck behind Riley Anderson last year at 113. So, again, Riley ended up placing, the last 3 years. So, quick takedown for Rowell. Finding his way into the lineup now and has been looking really good. Knocked off Peyton Nixon, the Woodward Granger kid who was ranked at the time. The week before Christmas, took out Carter Anderson, who was ranked from Albia. So, you knock off a couple ranked kids and people start to notice. Bushong, a sophomore, was wrestling 106 JV last year. I think he went 2-1 against Bondurant kids. Thinking back, I think he went 1-2 because Grubel and Justin Anderson both beat him, and then he beat Cox, I think.
You can see that cradle's locked up, but Bushong has the leg also trapped of Dalton Rowell, so it's going to take a little bit of extra work here to get that cradle pushed over.
Bushong's got that knee locked up, trying to prevent him from going over that way.
So Dalton's let that go, and now he's just trying to work that arm. A lot he could do here if he could get his leg free, and that's what he's working for. Bushong just hanging on tight to that because he knows that he's going to be in some trouble if he lets it go.
Might be in a stalemate position if there's no improvement here. 30 seconds remaining in the first. Can maybe go far knee and see if you can't get that banana split going.
Hey, it's worth a shot, right?
So there's the stalemate with 18.6 seconds remaining in the first. Rowell with the 2-0 lead. Looks like they might both be content to kind of hang out here. Rowell with a lot of forward pressure on Bushong. That's going to be the end of the period, 2-0. Rowell's going to take down to start the second period. Rowell up to his feet, gets that leg hooked. He's going to try and cross-face if he picks his head up. And that's going to be the 2 reversal. Rowell's trying to peel that head out, see if he can't get some back points out of it. Bushong hanging on to that leg again, but not in as good a position as his legs caught up in there too. And Rowell's just going to try and walk it over and see if he can't get some back points out of it. I'm going to call a stalemate. They really enjoyed the stalemate call tonight.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of those, and that's not characteristic to see that many, so it's just kind of interesting, and I'm glad you pointed it out.
Rowell with a good job catching that wrist and bringing it right to his back. Gets his arm inside that elbow, it looks like. Now if he can get him back to the mat, try and work some back points here. Kyle doing a good job fighting the different things Rowell's working, as he's been able to avoid any back points so far. But he's in a dangerous position. Well, was able to slide out of there. Now he's got that butcher that he's trying to work around. Gets the cradle and
no, we don't want to be doing
almost
that.
Pinned himself.
Call that a suicide cradle, and he almost ended up on his back. We don't want to be doing that kind of stuff here. Save that for when you're messing around with your friends at the end of practice.
It'd be kind of fitting of how this duel has gone so far. Be a good time to just cross-face with his head sticking out like that. We're at 13 seconds remaining in the
there we go.
second.
He's got it hooked up.
And he's going to say no points. That was not a 2 count. 2 seconds. So I'm going to say no point did he have him there long enough to get the 2 near fall. So it's going to end the second period 4-0, Rouse up. And Bushong's going to choose down. Tries the switch. Rowell catches that arm. And now we're in a position where I feel like we spent almost this entire match. You might ask, why would he choose down since he's had a hard time getting away? And the main strategy is, if you start down, if you can get out, you get that point. So you get a point, and then you can try and get your own takedown. If you spent the most of the first 2 periods stuck underneath, it might not seem like as good of an idea. But he's been close to scoring on a few different occasions. So Rowell trying to get his hips up. Leverage here.
He's just got to keep scooting.
Yep, high hips tends to win, and he's able to get his hips out. Minute 12 remaining in the third period.
He's got that leg hooked, but he's got to keep his hip off the mat to try to move, and now they do move to a sit-out position, so he's all right. And he's trying to work him back, but he still wants to scoot his hips up on top. You can see what that does to the pressure, and now he's got his back points.
I think it might be hard to pin him from here. I can't entirely tell what's going on with Bushong's right arm. But he's in a position for a 3-point near fall. 37 seconds remaining, and the points are awarded. And they're going to go potentially dangerous. But after the 3 near fall, Rowell's up 7-0 with 34 seconds remaining.
That was pretty sweet. That was a nice
that
move
looked
by
like
Dalton.
a Colby Lilligard move right there. And we do have near fall points being held there, so 13 seconds remaining. And if it stands like this, there's the 2 near fall. We would be in for a major decision. So Rowell's going to win 9-0. Makes the team score 48-13. Now up at 120 pounds, Riley Anderson, senior for Bondurant, ranked number 5 by predicament, number 6 by wrestle. And for Winterset, Travis Allen, a junior, 9-2 on the season. Allen faced Fizer last year and lost. Riley wrestled one of the kids that was JV tonight.
Riley looking to get things squared up here for his postseason run. Definitely should be on the podium at the state tournament. It just depends on where. Had a great match again last week with Cole Nelson from Perry. They've wrestled throughout the years, and they had another great one last Thursday.
He does have one of the harder districts for us at the 120-pound weight class, so he's definitely going to have to earn his way back into state, though. As we got McKinley Robin, I think, is the number 1 kid at 120 pounds from Greene County. That's a 2 takedown for Riley.
Yeah, and he's a special wrestler, that McKinley Robbins is.
Yeah. Of course, Riley's placed twice already, so, there's the same argument to be made about him being a special wrestler. We don't short that at all.
Yep, he's had a terrific career, and it'd be really nice for him to finish it. Finish it in a special way down in Des Moines.
He's getting the near fall points now. So he's got Cole Nelson as well coming out of that other sectional, and Riley Hardiger from Van Meter. So chances are somebody that's ranked from the other sectional is not making it to districts.
Hey, it happens every single year. There's no doubt about that.
Riley now working that arm over. Tends to have a lot of success with that move. He's going to try to sit through, get that extra pressure. Oh, just kidding. He's going to lay it out. 9 seconds remaining in the period. Heck of a fight here by Travis Allen. I'm not sure how he's still up. And so it's going to be 3 near fall for Anderson.
He's so methodical when he wrestles, Riley is. He just knows exactly what he's going to do. It's like he plans 4 moves ahead, and then he does it in the order that he plans it and how he plans it. He's so meticulous in the way that he wrestles, and he thinks about it and he does it, and it's just it shows how much time he's poured into the sport and how much it means to him, and he really looks great every time he steps on the mat.
Allen's going to start the second period underneath. Anderson has a 5-0 lead now. Riley's got that fist on his back with trying to do the same move where you just walk around his head. And there's the back points. And there's the fall for Anderson. So that'd be a heck of a long time to be stuck in that position for Allen. So now, final match of this duel at 126 pounds. Chase Fizer Jr. for Bondurant, number 3 in both the predicament and I wrestle. And for Winterset, Jake Porter, senior, 13-5 on the season. Chase looking for a shot right away. With the 2 takedown. Fizer coming off a second-place finish at Atlantic. Lost in the finals to Stevie Barnes from Underwood, who's ranked, I think, number 3 in 1A. So, tough match. Good to get those tough matches as you're trying to look for a state run. You want to challenge yourself in the regular season so you're not caught off guard by how it goes.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I like to watch a kid at the state tournament that has 7 or 8 losses on the year who has wrestled good kids, and they come in there and they're really ready for that competition.
And as that one went, Fizer actually saw a ranked kid from Sergeant Bluff in the semifinals. So back-to-back ranked kids beat one and lost a fairly close one to the kid from Underwood. Underwood's been a pretty tough 1A program for a while.
Yeah, they set the standard for that part of the state in 1A wrestling. Logan Magnoli, another school over there that really does a nice job with their wrestling program for those small schools.
So Fizer's going to give Porter the intentional escape, so they start neutral. Fizer up 2-1 with 1:05 remaining. Fizer doesn't want to just sit there and ride him out this period. He's looking to score more points and thinks the takedown is an option for him to get there faster. Fizer making the jump from 106 pounds to 126 pounds. I'm going to say out of bounds, no points awarded. Fizer had a heck of a cut to get down to 106, but with Anderson at 13 and Littleguard at 20, there's only so many places to go. Now that he knew he had some options, I think he hit the weights and conditioning pretty hard and found himself pretty happy with where he's at. body-wise.
Yeah, when you can wrestle with all of your strength and feeling good about it, the whole cutting weight thing is really not as important as if you're feeling strong every time that you go out on the mat.
Fizer with a good takedown there. Just smooth. He just sees something happening and has the ability to wait for it to just be the right spot. So he's up 4-1 now, 12.8 seconds remaining in the first. As I said, this is the final match of this duel. After that, Winterset will be facing Ballard. Fizer close to a defensive pin. You got to be careful
close.
there. He was bridging off his neck, and I think it might have been just enough to not get that. But definitely a dangerous position. If you're a big wrestling fan and big Hawkeye fan, you see Spencer Lee doing that bridge off his neck a lot while he's trying to get near fall against somebody else. So starting the second period, Fizer's going to be down position.
Even if you're not a wrestling fan, you'd have a lot of fun watching Spencer Lee wrestle, period.
You absolutely should. It might turn you into a wrestling fan. Fizer gets the escape.
You mentioned earlier he's smooth, and that's a really good way to describe Chase Fizer with his style. He is just smooth, and that's that mat time and that repetition that he's put into it, and he does look really good when he's doing anything.
Puts in a lot of work on this over at Moen Academy in the offseason. Just a kid who conditions like crazy as well. Used to see him all the time going for runs in the morning, and Fizer gets the 2 takedown there. I'd ask him how far he was going, and he never seemed to pay attention to it. He just ran. Pretty sure he went out for cross country just for conditioning for wrestling.
It's a great strategy.
We're at 30 seconds remaining in the second. While we're at it, we'll say a thank you to Story Construction sponsoring this broadcast. If you aren't familiar with Story Construction, I guarantee you're familiar with their work, as they are in the process of doing the new middle school or junior high north of the high school. They did the high school edition. They did the Morris edition. They're currently doing the library expansion here in town. They did the middle school remodel. They did our football stadium. So most things you look at, Story's been a part of. I was told that if you want to be a part of any of the bidding process for the junior high that's going in, they're doing bids until January 19th. I have no idea what that all includes, but if you're into some large construction trades, you probably do. So go ahead and get your bid package in before January 19th.
I'm going to guess you haven't submitted a bid for anything yet there, Patrick?
I think they want the school standing. So they're probably not using me for any of the building trades. I can probably go out and count the number of beams if they want. Fizer going to get the 2 takedown. We're just up here chatting away. Fizer just keeps working. You know, it's kind of what you expect from him. 9-2 now, the score of the match.
You can see that arm trapped, and it's almost like he worked a butcher with one hand. He just had enough pressure, and Porter has kind of just maybe had enough here of Fizer.
He gets the fall. Yeah, Porter was trying to slide out of bounds before it could happen, but Chase comes away with the fall. That's going to bring a final score 48-25 for the duel. That 23-point differential probably doesn't speak quite to how close it was coming through. You got 2 big matches at 170 and 182 where Bondurant had a lead and ended up getting pinned. So that's, anywhere from a 18 to 24 point swing right there. Some interesting matches along the way too, and so really Winterset just came out on fire getting those 2 quick wins, 2 quick wins, but at 132 and 138. and you get that momentum going, and sometimes that's what leads it the rest of the way.
Yeah, absolutely, and they were ready to wrestle. Give Winterset credit for showing up, ready to go. They looked really good, and they probably wanted to start somewhere in the middle weights, so they maybe got their wish and were able to get that momentum that you spoke about and turned it on. So we'll see if they can keep that going here against Ballard, or if Ballard has a plan to slow it down.
Absolutely. So next we're going to have a Ballard versus Winterset. Don't think there's going to be much of a break between now and then. So Winterset will have to jump right back into this. Ballard coming off a little bit of break, and then we can send Winterset on a road trip home before the snow comes in. We might be doing senior night right now, but it doesn't necessarily look like it. So
they move when we start the second duel, they move up. So we started the first duel at 132. They'll start this at 138. And at 138 is where Ballard has their one of their studs engaged long. He's a senior. They got 3 kids that they do really well with. Gage is one of them. He's had a great career as a wrestler for Ballard. And then he'll be wrestling Jensen Kaldenberg of Winterset. And Kaldenberg with a close match over Trevor Overrocklin, winning 5-3. So we should have a treat here for this first match of the Ballard-Winterset duel.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Winterset's probably going to come out with a little bit of extra enthusiasm as they just came off a big win. They were probably – I don't think it was any surprise that these 3 teams, it was going to be a big night. And so you get that momentum early. I don't know. You'd think you'd come out on fire on the next one as well. So Ballard was sitting there watching it, and, sometimes you can get yourself pumped up for that, and sometimes you can get a little frustrated, like, man, I thought they were going to be easier than this. And so we'll see what type of momentum Ballard has coming out of this.
People that follow wrestling have noticed that these are the 3 teams that have been at the top of the conference all year. They go to tournaments and they perform well, and these 3 schools. So it is a big night for the conference, and it speaks volume to what all 3 coaches and their staffs have done with Ballard and Winterset being here. It's kind of cool to see that the conference title for the dual season comes down to tonight. What are some things that you're looking for out of this Bondurant Blue Jay team for the next couple of weeks?
Well, they have, obviously, after this duel with Ballard, which is still important, they have a Centerville tournament, hopefully Saturday, if weather cooperates. And if it does, there's 16 teams down at Centerville, a lot of ranked wrestlers. I didn't get to go through all the list of ranked wrestlers, but I know Centerville has a ranked 32 and 38. I believe Humboldt is down there, and they have a couple ranked kids. So it should be – and team from Missouri, a team from Nebraska are both bringing ranked kids. So it's going to be a big tournament if it happens. No fans allowed, so all the parents will be streaming along with everybody else, much to their dismay. It is what it is. That's the year we have.
Well, and you just want to be there to support your kids, and everybody gets that. It's the world we're living in currently, and let's hope it's short term, and we can have a district tournament where fans can be there, and a conference tournament where fans can be there, and same for state. So I
guess the other big thing you're looking at from this is that, the winners of sectionals have a chance to host regional duels. That's based off of team rankings. Going into this, Bondurant was ranked 9. Winterset was ranked 10. Winterset was coming off a big win over Osage, who's ranked 3rd, I believe. So you got to think if Winterset can defeat Ballard here, when they release the next set of rankings, middle of January 23rd, I think, there's a good chance Winterset will be in the top 8, which should line them up with a good chance to be hosting regional duels.
Yeah, that's exciting when you talk about that kind of stuff too.
We'll step away for a little bit, let you pick up the live feed of senior night that we're doing, and we'll be back after senior night.
Plans for after high school, Riley will be attending MIT to study computer science and enroll in the Overrocklin program. Upon graduation, Riley will commission as an officer in the U.S. Navy to pursue a career in Navy aviation or cybersecurity. I want to thank the wrestling coaches for being so supportive of me. On and off the mat, staying after practice to help me get some better techniques down and performing my ROTC fitness evaluation. Writing letters of recommendation and much more. Everything I've achieved this far, I owe in part to you all. Riley Anderson. And the next man is our next senior. Kane is the son of Carl and Gene Exton. His activities in high school include wrestling, and his plans for after high school is engineering, industrial engineering in Iowa State. I want to thank my parents for putting me up with me and for supporting me. I want to thank the coaches and the volunteers who have spent their time helping me push me to be better. Ken Exton. Jackson Hill is the next senior. Jackson is the son of Jeremy and Denise Hill. Activities in high school included football, wrestling, rugby, FCA, and National Honor Society. Plans after high school is to attend a 4-year university and pursue a degree where he can make an impact on people and the community around him. First of all, he'd like to thank his parents for everything they've done, and his brother and his sister. Next, he'd like to thank his coaches and his teammates for helping him become a better person and a better athlete. And last, he'd like to thank Sarah, Brittany, and the rest of the training posse. Last day, we'd like to thank the community and all the people who have devoted time and energy in making him and this the best experience possible. Go Jays! Jackson Hill! Taking around with our next year, Peyton is the son of Jason and Nicole Rowell. Activities in high school include cross-country, basketball, wrestling, track, speech. Plans to attend high school. After high school, they see going to cross-country and track. I want to plan studying pre-law and then transfer to a law school after my sports eligibility is done. I want to thank my family for being one of the best support systems, and my parents especially for always being supportive, creating time to make sporting events, giving lifelong advice, and always being there for me. Peyton Rowell. Great to see you. Great round of applause.
All right, welcome back to the second duel here in Bondurant. This one will be between the Winterset Huskies and the Ballard Bombers. If you're just tuning in, you missed. Then, if you're just tuning in, you missed the Huskies defeating the Blue Jays in the first duel. We're going to start this one at 138 pounds. For Ballard, you got Gage Long Sr., 20-4 on the season, ranked number 10 by predicament and 9 by wrestle. And for Winterset, it's Jensen Kaldenberg, a junior, 12-6 on the season.
Kaldenberg had a big win earlier. He won 5-3 in a close match over Trevor Overrocklin of Bondurant.
Long state qualifier at 132 last year. Has that leg up, looking for the trip. Kaldenberg's tall, been able to avoid going down so far. Long's just trying to pull him back to the center of the mat, making sure he can't get out of bounds when he goes for this trip. Able to get that pressure and get the 2 takedown. Very methodical, waiting it out, waiting for the opportunity to get that leverage. Kaldenberg's going to get the escape now. Kaldenberg in on the double. Long trying to get his hips back. Kaldenberg still has that leg. Long's able to knock him off his base and able to come around behind, and that's going to be a 2 takedown.
He just kept with it, and that's that experience and that strength that he has. He just stayed with it and was able to finish it.
Kaldenberg's down. They stopped it for injury time. Not entirely sure what the injury is. He's moving both hands. Not sure if he just hit his head on the way down.
It's really hard to speculate. It wasn't anything that really jumped out at either one of us.
So you kind of glanced down at the replay, right? You didn't see anything?
No, nothing really.
We kind of watch a screen with the tape delay because we're on about a 20-second tape delay, so that allows us to watch our own replays sometimes. Kind of looking at that knee maybe. He's got a pretty big knee brace. I don't know if that's just a knee pad or if it's a covering up something from a different injury. You got some excitement over on mat 2 on the JV match. There's a Ballard wrestler looking for the pin against the Husky. And that's going to be the end of that varsity match. Kaldenberg's not going to be able to finish, so Long's going to get the win by medical default. It'll be a 6-0 win or 6 points for the team.
You can see him with a pretty noticeable limp on that right knee, so it's almost like something must have got twisted wrong or tweaked on the way down, and he's pretty upset about that. Especially you put in all this work and you're looking forward to a good match, and when it just doesn't work, you kind of want to hopefully get healed up for the next time and not force the issue. So. Hopefully Kaldenberg's able to get healed up and finish the season here. The way he limped off, you could just tell he was in some pain.
Moving on to 145 pounds for Ballard, Wyatt Borg, a senior, 16-8 on the season, versus Eduardo Garcia, sophomore, 14-6 on the season now. Coming off a loss against Cramblett. That was an exciting match for those two. Cramblett came out with a 1-point victory, I believe it was. Oregon on a shot, trying to come around to get the points. Right now they're saying no points yet. He's trying to pop his arm out so he can hook the leg or hook the hip, and he's able to get it. 2 points for Borg. They're a little slower on any type of stalemate that time. more appropriate to how it should have been compared to potentially the quickness of the stalemates in the first. Looks like Borg might have a cradle locked up there. He's hunting for it. And stalemate? No, blood time. Borg's got a little bit of blood. He's going to try and just wipe it off on his hand. That is not enough to allow you to keep wrestling. They do require you to actually clean that up and stop bleeding. You can't just wipe it. Well, you can just wipe it on your shorts as long as the official hasn't noticed. But once he sees it, then you got to get it cleaned up. Red singlet, you might be able to hide it for a little bit.
Trying to wipe the blood off of Garcia as well. Looks like he's got some maybe on his arm and on his chest from Borg.
So I guess if you're Bondurant, you're looking to try to find some way for Ballard to win this duel, and then if you can beat Ballard, you're in the same situation as last year where you end up with a three-way tie for first. But
yeah,
for those of you that are tuned in that are Bondurant fans and just, hanging out during this duel.
You just like watching wrestling, and that's why you're here to watch. Give you somebody to cheer for.
And with as many things as we've missed out on, any type of sports is a positive.
Maybe you're a Winterset fan from the 90s and Coach Christensen, and you love the way the Huskies wrestled and back in the day, and you're cheering for them. Who knows?
So it looks like we got the blood stopped, but they're still getting Garcia cleaned up on his knee. So I don't know if that's how the blood started, as a knee and nose contact. But with 45 seconds remaining in the first, we're going to restart now. Borg drops down to the leg, still in control. Good return. Borg looks to get that leg in, pulls that arm back.
That crossbody ride, when you can get that going and apply that pressure, you can be successful with it. Garcia did a really good job of staying, just continually moving and trying to get out from the bottom there.
They are going to keep Garcia on the bottom position, 19.6 seconds remaining. Borg looking for that cradle, see if he can get some back points with short time. I don't know that he's going to get the turn, but he's might have it locked up. Well, no, he doesn't. Garcia has the right hand, has the fingers on the right side. So we're going to end the first period with Borg leading 2-0.
The good thing about wrestling is you can make things happen by just continuing to move, and you can make yourself into a really good wrestler by just continuing to move. Even if the first thing you try is not there, or the second thing, or the third thing, you just keep moving. Eventually something is going to go your way, and something good is going to happen. It's when you stop moving that bad things will happen. So just keep moving, and good things will happen to you as a wrestler.
Starting the second period, Borg is in the bottom position. Garcia trying to put some pressure on that arm, trying to get his own near fall points. He's got to keep that arm closer to the back, though. He's getting some angle on it that might get it stopped for potentially dangerous.
Yeah, they got to pay attention to that elbow there. That's cleaned up a little bit there, but it was getting close.
And they go out of bounds. So Borg is still going to be at the bottom position. Minute 22 remaining. Borg goes for the sit. Garcia
You caught him there.
catches the head. He's looking for near fall points, and he's in a position where he might get the fall. Borg doing a good job fighting out of that. They're going to be two near fall for Garcia. Just saw that head and caught it.
Took advantage of his opportunity, and when you're just paying attention to what's going on, you can have that happen a lot for you.
So Borg looking for the switch. Garcia did a good job following. Borg kind of reset then and was able to get the two reversal. Garcia kind of holding that right hand. You will need to start working up, or you'll expect a stall call at some point. Borg still riding fairly parallel, but a lot of times the bottom guy, if he doesn't look like he's trying to get his hips up at all, they'll still hit him. Going to be 1 second left, and that brings us to the end of the second period. Borg ahead 4-2. And it's going to be Garcia's choice, and he's going to choose the bottom position. Winterset is green for this round, and Ballard is red. Borg looking for that cradle again. Might have it. Tilts him back, getting the near fall points, and looking for the fall.
He wants to get that right leg in the side of Garcia to make it tighter. Garcia doing a good job to work hands and break hands to get free.
So 3 near fall awarded. That puts Borg ahead 7-2. Minute and a half remaining in the third. Going for that crossbody ride again. Gets him broken down that way. Gonna have to work for something else though to get the near fall points. Unless you can try to get that hip over and catch a Turk. Maybe a power half in there. He gave up on the power half, but I think that was probably the move.
With his hips on the mat there, it's really hard to get anything going. He's more or less just hanging on right now, knowing that he's got a comfortable lead. He's trying to work up to the head, and there's he's working that half you talked about. Now he got his head caught.
And I'm not, does he have an arm still?
Yep, so he has the arm. He got the reversal and the near fall, so we're going to have a 9-7 match.
So 3 green near fall. I don't think he's got everything up there.
Because you had to have the reversal before you got the near fall. So
right now score shows 12-7. Official's going to come over and confirm that they ended up with the right number. But regardless, I'm pretty sure that Borg comes away with the win by decision. They're going to say 9-7 is the final. I think that's the score you said as well. Definitely, like you said, though, he went looking for that points at the end, trying to get the fall and got his head caught. And that's why you got to wrestle all the way through. Never know what's going to happen. 152 pounds now. Tyler Brown for Winterset, senior, 13-4 on the season, versus Blake Fleischman, junior, 9-13 on the season for Ballard. Brown right away in on the takedown. Has his head caught, lifting the head with his leg, getting the near fall points. Waiting on a 3 near fall.
The contingent from Huxley et al. Is not happy with the legs around the head there.
I don't think he had him locked, though, did he? Well, that's going to be the fall.
Nope, they were not locked. It's just an uncomfortable situation to be in.
Right. Marinelli is a big fan of using the leg to lift the head on that one if you're a Hawkeye fan or a watcher of Hawkeye sports. So 160 pounds now. We're going to have, for Ballard, Gabriel Christensen, a sophomore, 17-6 on the season, ranked number 5 by the Predicament. Cale Forsythe for Winterset, junior, 15-5 now for Winterset. 160 pounds. Christensen beat Forsythe 2 times last year, so they've seen each other.
So this would be another one of Ballard's pretty dang good wrestlers here.
Been a pretty solid wrestler all the way through, middle school on up. Hasn't really been much of a change in weight classes from, I think, 8th grade up here. So either he stopped growing or he's managing his weight pretty well. I want to say he was a 140-pound or 145-pound 8th grader. So. He just drives right through him and gets the takedown for Christensen. Now you'll see he's got the elbow on the back of the head, but because he just put it there and then applied the pressure, that is legal. Uncomfortable, but legal.
Yeah, and it's not giving it like a traumatic force where the elbow drop would be giving it force. It's gently applied pressure that just really is not fun to be on the bottom of, and it's really fun to be on the top when you're the elbow pressure applier.
The term gently might be a questionable term there, gently applied. So there's an escape there for Forsythe, so it's 2-1. Forsythe in now on the shot. Christensen grabbing that far ankle, trying to work himself around. Gets him flattened out. Now he's trying to dig around and gets the 2 takedown. 30 seconds remaining in the first period.
You can see him using that left shoulder, too, to dig into the back of the head. He just really wants to make sure that he's getting all of his weight put into Forsythe, and Forsythe doing a really good job to work up and out of that, because that can take a lot of your energy if you're just fighting to get up to your base.
Christensen putting the leg in, but not putting it in very deep. Was actually catching his own leg. It was an interesting move. Trying to get some leverage now. 6 seconds remaining. Looking for some near fall points. The officials saying that he's still perpendicular to the mat and not going to be points. I'm going to end the first period. Christensen's going to be ahead 4-1. Forsythe's going to defer his choice, and Christensen is going to choose neutral. You see Christensen, well, they both really have a long frame for 160 pounds.
Yeah, they most certainly do.
Forsythe was in on the shot. Christensen able to get his legs back, and now in a position where he's out in front and trying to get around to the back to score. And they're going to go with the stalemate with 1:28 remaining in the second period. As a duel, this will be interesting to watch because I feel like these two teams are fairly equally matched as we turn around to the lighter weights. So it might be who has the lead when you hit the backside has a huge advantage, but that doesn't necessarily lock it up in any way.
And the bonus points were a massive win for Winterset in that first duel, and this duel is starting in a way that where it'll be a closer score when we come down to the end, so the bonus points are going to be even bigger here for this one. Winterset able to get a lot of falls in that first duel, had it sealed up about halfway through because of that. So as we turn the corner here and go from the heavyweights to the little guys, seeing what kind of match scores we get will make it interesting. We'll get to 126, 132.
So after that takedown Christensen had earlier, it's 6-1 with 25 seconds remaining in the second period. Christensen still working those legs in, trying to find some near fall points. .12 seconds remaining in the second. It's a fairly perpendicular ride, but Forsythe's not really trying to work up off of it either with that leg in, and I say that knowing wholeheartedly that it is not very easy to work up when someone has a leg in. They're going to end the second period 6-1, Christensen, and Forsythe now is going to choose neutral. We talked about earlier, a lot of times you see people choose down, but the way Christensen's kind of controlled the top position, you don't really want to go underneath him just to wait for the period to end.
Yeah, that's a good way to explain that for sure.
Forsythe has that whizzer in. Now you're looking to see who can get the leverage up. Forsythe went for the throw. Christensen was able to slip it and drop down into that ankle, and be interesting to see if they call something here because there's really no control. And now Christensen's going to slide out the back, and he's going to get the takedown. Good job just letting him wrestle instead of giving a takedown that probably wasn't earned yet.
Yeah, it's okay to be a half a second late when calling points in wrestling and just to make sure that the person has the points that you want to award. There's no harm in that whatsoever.
Now, I think the Ballard coach might be looking to cut him now because he's got a 7-point lead. So if you let him up and you take him down again, you got a chance at a major decision. So coach is saying, hey, we want a major.
Yep. And that's just awareness, and the kid's just wrestling because that's what he does. So Christensen not paying attention to that, and the coach is doing a good job of saying, hey, you're going to let him up to get that takedown because we need the major. That 1 point could be the difference at the end of the duel. You never know.
So Forsythe gets the escape. Christensen now going to look for a takedown with a 6-point lead. He's out in front in a position to score, and he does with quick takedown running around the backside. Just a good transition out to get around. Now you got 21 seconds remaining in the third period, and Christensen's going to try and keep him there. And getting those hips flattened out, it's going to be a lot easier to keep him there. 13 seconds remaining. Five seconds, and that's going to be the end of this one. 10-2 for Christensen. It's going to get 4 points for Ballard, giving them a 13-6 lead. As we move on to 170 pounds, for Ballard, you're going to have Jeremiah Wilkinson, a senior, 15-6 overall, versus Winterset's Brady Behringer, who's now 17-2. Looks like Wilkinson was pinned by Behringer, so Behringer got the win last year when these two wrestled.
Behringer with the huge win earlier trailed in his match to Porter Smith and came back and was able to get the pin there right at the end of their match. Change in the lineup here.
They said this was Jaden Swain, but I thought Jaden Swain was the 182-pounder for today.
They must be doing some switching around, which can happen.
It's also entirely possible we read the wrong name down below, but
they announced it as Jaden Swain. Those of you watching at home, and if we're wrong, we apologize, but we're going to go ahead and say this is Jaden Swain wrestling Brady Behringer of Winterset. It's very possible both guys weighed in at 170 pounds, and they're going to wrestle one of them at 70 and the other one at 82.
Regardless, Behringer got the first takedown, so he's ahead 2-0. We'll see what they put into track wrestling. As Behringer's looking to get some back points here. Track does say this is Jaden Swain.
That's pretty tight.
And that's going to be a fall for Behringer. So you would guess this is now going to be Jeremiah Wilkinson versus Riley Hovind then at 182 pounds. If that is the case, Wilkinson a senior 15-6. Hovind, junior 17-2. And that's what we're announcing in-house is this is Jeremiah Wilkinson. So as much as I can write down all their names, I don't have the looks of every player or every wrestler memorized. So,
well, it's not uncommon for people to weigh in a couple of guys at the same weight and then play around with it as the meet goes on. So they both would have had to weigh in at 170 pounds to be eligible to wrestle the way they did tonight.
And there's a couple strategies you can take on that. Sometimes you got, all right, well, I think we can maybe get both of these matches if we if we wrestle our tougher kid against their tougher kid and our little bit weaker kid against their weaker kid. And sometimes it's, hey, we want our 6 points. Our tougher kid's going to wrestle their weaker kid to go for the fall. And, Wilkinson ends up turning that through to get the takedown and getting some near fall points. Good battle off his back from Hovind, but that's going to be a 3 near fall. Wilkinson getting some quick points there. Where I was going with that is then you're just telling your weaker guy that's going against their better guys, like, hey, if you can avoid getting pinned, you make up points for us. You're better than a forfeit at that point, so go for it.
Yeah, and you let that play out because you don't know what's going to happen. If you think you can gain 6 points for your team, you're absolutely right in doing it the way they did because Swain could have wrestled a full match, and you just don't know what's going to happen there. So by trying to guarantee themselves points at 182, that's why they did it the way they did.
So Hovind was able to hit the switch. Wilkinson almost had him to his back again. It's going to count as control for Wilkinson, but no back points ever, no reversal, just wrestling. Now Hovind's going to try and come out the backside. Wilkinson just doing a good job of fighting along. 10 seconds remaining in the period, and Wilkinson's trying to keep that head stuffed under there to maintain control. And he got his legs back, and they're going to say Wilkinson had that control that whole time. Almost got his hips stuffed under there, and would have been a reversal, but wasn't able to clear. Hovind is going to defer, and Wilkinson's going to choose down with the 5-0 lead.
Hovind earlier in the evening was able to secure a fall, pinning Bondurant's John Powers in the third period of their match. Now he's working on...
And if he can get that locked up, he's got a good shot at a pin here.
That's tight there.
Wilkinson was able to get that broken, but I think Hovind might be tight enough in there. I'm not sure Wilkinson can get out of that. That's pretty darn
He's
flat.
got that head elevated.
And that's a good match for Hovind. He was behind at both of his matches tonight at some point and was able to come away with pins on both sides. You keep wrestling and you can be dangerous.
Yeah, he's shown me something tonight. He's really done a good job. That's somebody to watch out for as we get down to the stretch run of the season. He's beaten 2 good wrestlers tonight, coming from behind both times. So that's somebody to keep your eye on.
Absolutely. Moving on to 195 pounds. For Winterset, Carter Smuck, 11-8 on the season. And for Ballard, Mason Askelson, 21-0 on the season. Number 7 in the predicament, number 6 at IA Wrestle. They have him at 182 pounds. Not sure why, because this is a big kid. I don't know that he's getting down to 182 pounds. He did qualify for districts last year at 182. And I don't have that these two wrestled last year.
So he's somebody that's put in the work in the off season over the summer to go from being at districts to undefeated as a senior. Just a lot of growth there for him and capitalizing on his potential.
And he's got some quality wins through some of their tournaments already, so that ranking is deserved. Askelson pushing forward. They go out of bounds. Still going to be neutral.
Askelson trying to lift here and maybe a counter to what Smuck's trying to do. They do go out of bounds. Smuck looking to hook up a throw. Askelson able to counter on that. We are scoreless with 20 seconds to go here in this first period. A good battle, though, going on between these bigger guys here at 195.
10 seconds remaining now. Smuck in on a shot. Askelson stuff in the head, looking to get his own shot in there. Elevates, and it's going to get the 2 takedown just before time expired. Good job wrestling all the way to the whistle.
We're going to have – go ahead.
Askelson defers. Winterset wanted to confirm that time wasn't out when that takedown occurred. Scoring table said correct. So there was still time. Smuck's going to choose down after Askelson defers, moving into the second period, 2-0.
Smuck with the big fall earlier this evening against Evan Reha of Bondurant was able to get that win for the team.
Smuck gets the escape. Working the neutral position now with 1:40 remaining in the second. Askelson with the snap, comes around behind, gets the 2 takedown.
Man, that was how you draw it up, and that's how you teach it right there, and he was able to execute that with just kind of with the power that you teach that with.
Sometimes you're using that snap down at like you're trying to set up a shot. That time he just snapped him down all the way to the mat.
Yeah, he knew what he wanted out of that, and he went and took it.
We got blood for Smuck. So with 1:03 remaining in the second, we're going to have a little break here for some blood time. I was saying Askelson, earned that ranking. One of his big wins would have been over Gabe Hempstead from Carlisle, who was a state placer last year at 195 pounds, if I recall correctly, who is ranked at 220, I think, now. Carlisle moved up to 3A this year. They're just a little bit bigger than Bondurant. So they got the bump and not us. Askelson's going to go with the optional start. And Smuck doesn't really do anything to move away from it, so Askelson just pounces. Sometimes you'll do that hoping that the guy will just turn into you and you can look for that quick headlock throw. Smuck now with the escape. Sometimes it's just a guy hoping that you'll stand up so they can go for the takedown again. 36 seconds remaining in the second. And there Askelson went for the snap, kind of slipped off and then went for the double. Good defense by Smuck. And Askelson's just going to blast double right through him. 13 seconds remaining in the second period.
I don't know if he plays football, but with a move like that, I'd be willing to bet that he does.
Did they say they were out of bounds? Because they weren't very much out of bounds.
Well, he had the 2, and then they would have gone out of bounds after that.
Askelson with the suck back in, some near fall points. 1 second left. I don't know there was enough for a 3. It was a 2 near fall. Okay, I didn't think he had enough time for a 3 near fall. But that 2 near fall is going to give him an 8-2 lead going into the third period. Askelson's going to choose down. And again, as you're hunting bonus points, he's going to look to get this escape and then get his own takedown. Smuck, though, with a good solid mat return. He's going to look for some offense of his own. And Smuck's cross faces were viewed more as punches than cross faces. It's going to be a technical violation. It's going to be 1 point for Askelson. What got him on that was really the reach back and then swing through.
Yeah, the left hand and then with the right hand, they were pretty aggressive, and that's the right call just because we got to keep everybody safe here. You can apply a crossface without swinging.
They did get a stalling call there on Smuck because he hadn't brought down Askelson fast enough. They're going to call a stalemate now. Minute 19 remaining. Askelson has a 7-point lead. If he can get away, it'll give him enough points for a major, all things being equal. That's going to be a caution on red. First caution there. Now Askelson looking to stand up. Smuck with a good mat return again. He's got that good elevation on that. Askelson just trying to sink his hips to avoid getting picked up, but Smuck just pure power, just lifting him straight up.
So that's a drill that's done in every wrestling room across the state of Iowa when you have somebody up in the air, bringing them back to the mat, and then if you're the bottom guy, how do you bounce back up? So that's something that both of these guys have done 100 times this year, and over their careers they've done it hundreds of times. So it's kind of interesting to see how that played itself out.
So you see Askelson coming up this time trying to control the hands. That's going to be a stall call again on Smuck. So that's going to be a point for Askelson on the stall, and then 2-point reversal. So now he's up 12-2. Askelson is with 24 seconds remaining. He went with the crossface, but you'll see that he didn't reach backwards, so it didn't do anything. And he stopped something there. We get a little chippiness between these two, I think, going on. I think Askelson's saying, I think he bit me. That's exactly what he's saying. He's having the other official come over now. He's saying, I got teeth marks on my arm. If that would be a technical violation that could end the match, which would be a 6-point decision.
The way that Askelson reacted to that, that's not something you would think you make up in the moment either. The Ballard contingent is very vocal.
So I'm unfamiliar what the pattern. Oh, nope, that's going to be the end of the match.
Match termination.
So you're going to DQ Smuck for biting, which is going to be 6 points for Ballard for Askelson, and that's going to give Ballard the lead. The Winterset coach is coming over, wants to talk to the official about it. He's saying that he drug the hand across his mouth, and that's how he ended up with teeth marks. I don't know. I'm too far away to make that decision. But I guess from your awareness perspective, if Askelson thought he got bit, that was smart to bring it to the official's attention because he was in a position to score 14 points. That would be 16 points instead. So by knowing the rules, knowing what's not allowed, he gained 2 extra points for his team.
Yep. Wow, that's not something you see very often. So the officials are doing a good job here of talking through it just to make sure they got it right. From everything that I can see without being down there, they did make the right call just because of the biting infraction. They were able to verify that. They brought in somebody else. Winterset coach is doing a good job of coming over, getting the explanation for the situation.
I don't believe our team point total is right, though, because I thought Winterset would be at 18, right? Because they got a fall by Tyler Brown, they got a fall by Behringer, and they got a fall by Hovind.
So they should have, Winterset should have 18 points.
And Ballard 19.
And Ballard with 19.
So our scoreboard in-house is wrong. Our scoreboard on your screen is right. Good job, us. That's wrong. This is. They're trying to confuse us. We're right. All right, so now moving on to 220 for Ballard, Nick Waka, 1-3 varsity on the season. He's a junior. For Winterset, Henry Tromba, senior, 8-10. Waka looking for the throw. and they're going to say no points awarded. They're out of bounds, coming back to neutral.
Henry Tromba, another one of these Winterset wrestlers who had a big win earlier tonight by fall, coming out wrestling really well in his first match.
I think they did a change-up on us, and it's actually Jack Chisholm for Ballard, not Nick Waka, which I thought Chisholm was their varsity wrestler. He gets the headlock throw, takedown 2, getting near fall points. Looking for the fall. In a good position to try and get it. Hops over to the other side. Now he's going to try and elevate that head and get the fall. Good fight by Tromba. Minute 6 remaining. It's going to be a long time to fight there, though. And that's going to be the fall for Jack Chisholm, I believe. You can tell me if I'm wrong. It could be Nick Waka, but I'm pretty sure it's Chisholm.
So you can feel it coming from the Ballard fans, the wrestlers here, and man, that 195 match really turned the tide. Winterset's heavyweight though, Dugan Talley. He's a good one, and if they're going to get it turned around, it's going to be because of him. So this is Nick Waka here.
This is Nick Waka, okay. Talley 16-2 on the season, coming off a pin in the first match. Ballard, wrestler, is that Chisholm over there? He's pumped. He wants some excitement over. Coming from the far mat, yelling over. And Talley was looking to drive him out of bounds. Waka came with the counter and almost threw him to his back. It was all out of bounds, so it didn't matter, but definitely shows you a little bit of momentum from Waka. Waka definitely giving up some weight as he weighed in at 220. Talley would not make 220. Talley with the takedown too. I don't have their weigh-in weights. I'm just confident Talley is not making 220.
I definitely not tonight. I don't think he was going to make 220.
I could make 220. Barely. Much harder for me than you. Talley now trying to work some bonus points. Going for a power half. Waka's task right here is basically try not to get pinned. You know you're giving up weight. You're going against a solid wrestler. Although he was definitely looking for his own offense to start with. And I don't know that you can see it on the screen, but you definitely see the team aspect of this when you got the entire Ballard team lined up on the JV mat. Full enthusiasm cheering on their guy. And now he's got the infamous headgear wrapped around the neck, trying to figure out how to get out of that. Gonna need some assistance from Coach. Kind of like that old Cool Runnings movie. Coach, need some help.
That's just a fantastic movie. If we want to go down that rabbit hole tonight, we could maybe stay on late and talk about Cool Runnings.
Did you bring a lucky egg?
Oh, classic.
Headgear solved. Waka now up, trying to get out, and runs out of real estate. But definitely see the energy he's got. He thinks he got out. No, you're still down, but fired up on that one. Love the energy he's bringing to this match. And he's up again. He's trying to hop away. Talley's got that far ankle. Pretty soon you're going to risk getting called for stalling if you're Talley, because he hasn't returned him yet. The only problem is Waka's getting out of bounds too fast. And now Talley goes the big hammer up front.
He tried a different approach on that time with chopping on the left instead of something different. That chop on the left side with all that pressure was able to work. Big, strong kid.
5 seconds remaining. And we're going to finish this first period with Talley with a 2-0 lead. Waka's going to defer. And Talley's going to choose down. And Talley with the quick sit. Waka just kind of let him sit, turn her into it, and then Waka now with the front headlock attempt. And Talley's just, well, I thought Talley was going to pick him up, but he lost his grip. They're going to be 1 point escape for Talley. Waka's looking for that throw. Hasn't quite had enough to get it inbounds, but sometimes you look for the same move too many times, it can be dangerous, but so far Talley hasn't caught him in it.
You can see Waka there putting a lot of pressure into pushing into Talley. I was going to say be careful there because he gets snapped down, and that's what Talley was looking for. So he was feeling the pressure, looking for that exact right time to snap down and get Waka off balance.
Waka with the deep shot, goes low. The problem with doing that against a heavyweight is you got a heavyweight coming down on you.
Yeah, that's a low percentage opportunity, and I understand that he's trying to score and where he's coming from. That's just not the right shot at that point in time given the situation. Talley doing a good job of capitalizing, getting his points, and now he has a comfortable 5-0 lead.
Talley now looking for that half, trying to muscle him over. No near fall yet. I can't actually see his shoulders. Talley's engulfing him. Waka gets bellied out. Talley looking for the power half, and Waka's just kind of pinching down on that arm, trying to make sure he doesn't go over with 24 seconds remaining. They're going to give a stall call on Waka, his first stall. At 9 seconds remaining. Talley not really working out to the side either.
Yeah, and that's why the stall call's not being given here, is because neither wrestler's working to improve. You'd almost think of a stalemate before stalling in that situation. Time is now expired.
So now Waka's going to have the choice. You're going to say neutral. So we have one stall on Waka, none on Talley. Something to keep an eye on as we move towards this. Waka looking to tie up. A lot of times you don't tie up with a guy bigger than you, but Waka is just fine with this move as he's already tried to throw him a couple times.
Yeah, he's not backing down at all. He's going in there full aggression and wanting to wrestle his match. He just run into somebody with a significant size advantage.
Right. And Waka again trying to go for that slip-by throw. That's the second or third time he's got close to it right at the edge of the mat. I think coach is telling him maybe be a little bit careful. Remember, you don't want to get caught on this. 1:33 remaining. Talley just holding center. Waka now tries diving on top, and Talley is a big man. Ends up getting the takedown. Waka tried snapping him down, putting all his weight on him, but it wasn't enough to bring Talley down.
So now Winterset's in a 7-point lead. They're in major decision territory. They got to cut him here. Talley's got to cut him and try to get that point because he's not going to turn Waka.
And that's what coach is saying is, but he didn't actually cut him. He never gave up control.
He's got to get up and go.
And Waka, good job just, what are they saying? Somebody's bleeding. I was going to say, good move by Waka, just jumping right back in on that leg. Never actually giving up getting the escape. Actually doesn't allow him to get the takedown either. Looks like it's Talley maybe that's bleeding.
So here, if you're Winterset, coach has to tell him start neutral, like let him stand up because of the time factor, like not messing around with the international start and pushing him away. If you're really going to get the maximum amount of time, if you know you're going to cut him anyway, just let him start on his feet. If you're the Ballard team right now, if you're the coaches, you're telling him that you got to wrestle on your feet, you got to circle, you got to stay out of a takedown, because if we lose by 6, they don't need to go into that, but you lose by 6 versus lose by 8, that helps the team. So just being a smart wrestler, getting the one and not giving up anything and just wrestling smart. So it'll be interesting to see how these last 52 seconds play out in this situation. Both teams looking for the greater good right now. Winterset looking for the 4, Ballard only looking to give up the 3.
So he does not, he does the optional start, but not a neutral start. And Waka does get out, gets the escape. They are neutral. Waka trying to snap him down. Talley just not enough weight to keep him out. And they're going to say no stall, no, regardless of what that Winterset fan wants, as Talley was just kind of pushing.
So the clock continued to run. We should have about 8 more seconds on there. It says 31. It should be about 39.
Now they got 3.8 seconds. They need to put another 0 after that before they hit enter.
Yeah.
Somebody tell Doug Fulton, get over there. He's the scoreboard expert. Here he comes. Doug's like, I got this.
So we've got a couple of Sweeneys here, the Winterset Sweeney and the Bondurant Sweeney, athletic director here. He's going to make sure that Winterset gets the right amount of time on the clock for them to try to score.
With the lights on.
Too soon. I think that's still too soon for him.
That may be. Those of you that know, and those of you that don't know, well, I'm not going to tell the rest of the story, but most of you probably know. So
38 seconds were put back on the clock.
Waka trying to stay out of that tie. Needs to make sure he stays in the center of the mat, though. You can back up some, but you can't back all the way out. And now Talley gets his weight on him, trying to get around. Waka needs to grab that leg and hold on for dear life. 8 seconds remaining, and keep spinning. Nope, Talley's going to get the 2.
That's a huge point for Winterset right there. He got that takedown with about 4 seconds left and was able to ride out.
That being said, Waka still avoided getting pinned by a guy much larger than him. Good match by both guys. Waka avoids the fall. Talley gets the bonus points. And it's 25-22. I think the Winterset coach might be going over there to check. I don't know.
I think so. One thing he's doing, he could be doing, is saying, okay, who has to send their wrestler out first? Like, are we odd or are we even? So that's a neat feature, is if you're odd and it's an odd number match, like the first match is odd, you have to decide who you're sending out first. If you're the even team, and okay, perfect.
So Winterset gets the forfeit there. I don't believe that is Case and Cochran, so they might be using him at 113.
So now at this weight, Winterset has to declare who their wrestler is first, because at the last weight, Ballard had to declare who their wrestler was first, that type of situation, or vice versa. I don't know who is odds or evens, but they alternate teams at each weight. So you have to declare who your wrestler is first.
So now at 113 pounds, for Winterset, it's going to be Zeke Hovind. And I believe they said Jack Shepard for Ballard.
They did. It is Jack Shepard.
I'm not entirely sure. Ballard has Landon Brower listed at 106. He did not come out to wrestle. I have no other information why. Hovind now with the takedown.
it's interesting why he didn't wrestle. There could be a million different reasons why. It could be maybe he didn't make weight. Maybe he's sick. Maybe he's not feeling well. Maybe they just want to save it for a seeding meeting at conference and look at common opponents and feel like they have enough points at the end of this duel. I mean, there could be a list of things why they didn't wrestle somebody at 106.
True. Just thinking from the dual perspective, if you got somebody that can try to avoid giving up 6, typically you would. Cochran, a solid wrestler. Maybe they just didn't feel like they had the guy to get the points right now. Hovind now looking for a fall. Shepard trying to squeeze out, but Hovind does a good job hopping over to the other side. 20 seconds remaining in the first period. Hovind trying to extend that arm out, trying to get that fall, and I think he's got it. There it is. So that's going to move the team score to 25-34 with 3 matches remaining. I believe this one's going to be Luke Hartsook versus Travis Allen.
Yeah, no points there.
Yeah, good scramble so far, and now you're going to get the takedown 2 for Hartsook.
So if Ballard can win this match, it'll come down to the last one.
So I've sent Doug Fulton a message to check with the head table because the score on the board is different than the score we have. However, according to the official, it is 25-31. That is the official score. I don't know what the 3-point variance is between track wrestling and the scoreboard that the official says. So I have no idea, but if the official down there says it's 25-31, I guess it's 25-31.
Could they have possibly taken 3 points away from the team for that match termination? And that's the only thing still sticking in my mind because that's when we noticed the score went wonky.
Yeah, maybe.
I
don't think that's a 3-point penalty though.
I don't either. Holy buckets.
While we're hanging out here, they're still wrestling, and Travis Allen got a reversal after the 3-point near fall from Hartsook with 8 seconds remaining in the first period. And Allen has a cradle locked up, but I don't think he's going to get any points for it, and they're out of time.
So it's an interesting dilemma here. What do you do if you're Ballard? What do you do with your wrestler?
And they're going to say red chooses top. That's Hartsook chooses top position.
I like that. I think that's a smart coaching move because you just watched him get cradled.
Yep.
And you have a lead. And you know that he's good on top. So I agree with that call. I think that's good. Those
long legs, you can see what he's looking for. But Allen does a good job of letting him get too high and then shaking him off. So that's going to bring it 5-4 after the reversal. And whatever that 3-point difference is, it makes it a big thing because there's only a 6-point differential in the team score now with these 3 matches to go. Hartsook gets the escape. So now we're 6-4. Hartsook in a better position right here. But that was a super quick stalemate. Minute 3 remaining in the second quarter, or period. I just don't think that's not the point where you call the stalemate after about 3 seconds.
Yeah, and I think 3 seconds is being generous. Felt like about 1.5.
Hartsook from behind, looking to get his hips up. They awarded the 2 potentially early, but it ended up turning out that way anyway. Hartsook with a good lift. Now trying to get that arm pulled out and place it on his back. 38 seconds remaining in the second. Gets the arm out. See if he has enough leverage to lock it up, because he's got some long arms. He can reach that thing, but didn't want to try and lock it up apparently. Oh, they're going to try a different angle. Allen gets it out. 16 seconds remaining, and Allen gets to the escape. And now with 10 seconds remaining, we'll see if anybody can make something happen right before the end of the second period. Allen goes for the throw. Hartsook rolls it through. He's going to get the takedown. And 3 near fall.
That was a fun throw.
So Allen created the move. Hartsook countered it perfectly, brought him right to his back, and now has a 13-5 lead.
And that's how you counter a trip. So somebody ties you up in an over-under and they're looking to trip, and then you hip through and toss. That's pretty cool.
And Allen chooses down. So as ironic as it is, both wrestlers started in the same position in the second and third period.
Yeah, that does not happen very often. It is kind of cool to see that. You can see here with Hartsook the leg on the right side trying to break Allen down, getting him down from his base to his belly.
He's getting a lot of pressure on that arm. He's trying to get the hand behind, seeing if he can work a guillotine.
You got to watch that shoulder there. That's pretty far. That's, wow.
And that's going to be near fall points. Oh.
He's going to feel that in the morning. I know he's young, but holy cow, that was a wrenching that his shoulder took there.
So Hartsook trying to work up, see if he can get that pin. Still has that arm pulled back there. Should be a 3 near fall award now, I would think. He's got that arm pinched behind his back while doing the power half the other way. If he can get the leverage on it, 28 seconds remaining, then there's not a lot for Allen to defend with. But since they hadn't awarded the points already, the 3 near fall is there. That's a 16-5 lead. 12 seconds remaining now. They did award the near fall.
Looking to get to that technical fall, but he's not going to have enough time to.
Yeah. He's going to end up with a 14-5 or 19, a 14-point victory with a 19-5 score. They do think potentially there's a 3-point penalty on the biting incident.
Cow.
So you got the 6-point DQ plus 3-point penalty. That is a tough spot. That 4 points is going to make it then 29 for Ballard and 31 for Winterset with 2 matches to go.
So Ballard feeling pretty confident by giving up that forfeit at 106 that they can have the bonus points. So if they take 3 team points away for that match termination, the disqualification and the pin, I mean, that's a 9-point swing there.
Yeah. Well, he was up. He would have been a major decision position anyway, so it was a 5-point swing.
5 points.
But
jeepers.
So 126 pounds. We got Lane Kaler, sophomore for Ballard, 11-11 on the season, versus Jake Porter, senior for Winterset, 13-6 on the season. No points on that. 1:17 remaining in the first. Good shot by Porter. Gets the takedown. And looking for a pin. Has a reverse butcher, or a butcher that he kind of fell into on that. And gets the fall, and that's going to clinch the victory for Winterset. £126 match remaining, but that's going to get Winterset the win. Huge night for them, going 2-0 up here.
I was extremely impressed by Winterset tonight. I didn't know what to expect coming into this duel. Like, obviously they're good because they're undefeated. I was not. I guess I was just impressed because I wasn't expecting them to put on this kind of performance where they have handled both teams. We can talk more about them as a team here in a little bit, but congratulations to them on a successful conference dual season. I
mean, I say that. I guess we probably do need to get through this, make sure there's no penalty points, biting, or anything like that again. This match is for Winterset 11-6, Keegan Jensen 12-6. Versus Reese Brower for Ballard, 10-10 on the season. And Jensen already has a 2-point takedown. Escape for Brower.
Jensen with the first match of the night, he had a fall over Cannon Extam of Bondurant in a where he was behind, and he came back and got the fall. And so he started off the night for Winterset, and now he's going to finish it for Winterset.
Got another tick down theirs. And they're out of bounds. Brewer's going to be in the down position. Jensen ahead 4-1. Brewer up for the escape. Did take a little bit of the excitement out of this match, having it locked up before this.
Well, that is true. I'm going to guess the Winterset fans and the Winterset coaches are okay with that.
Yeah, I'm sure. Brewer now looking for some of his own offense. They're going to come out neutral with 28 seconds remaining in the first period. Jensen goes for the shot. Brewer just kicks his leg back. Now we got some offense looking for it. A little tie up. Double overhook, double underhook. See if anybody wants to use it. 6 seconds remaining. And we're going to end like this. Winterset's decision. Jensen's going to defer. Brewer's choice is down. Jensen with the control to start, keeps him on the mat. Brewer up and out, gets the escape. Makes the score 4-3 now. Brewer set up to potentially look for a fireman, but Jensen has head position to prevent it. Now Jensen in on the leg. Brewer's going to just body lock and try to control and look for a stalemate. It's been a lot longer than they've been on some other stalemates, but if he can get enough leverage to roll him out of bounds. Oh, Jensen gets his head popped. Yep. There you go. And now they're going to be out of bounds. No back points or anything like that. Reset in the middle. Somebody's bleeding.
I believe there was a Mitchell Brower. Does that sound right? As a former Ballard wrestler?
Ooh, maybe.
Definitely the last name. I could be wrong on the first name, but a wrestling family nonetheless.
We see that quite a bit.
Yeah, it happens, weirdly enough, huh?
It takes a special kind of crazy to love this stuff.
So maybe we could get your hockey knowledge out here, Patrick. Instead of talking about like ankle and knee injuries, you could just say a lower body injury, or instead of a bloody nose, an upper body injury.
Instead of stalling, we'll go with icing.
There you go.
That's probably why Phillips isn't here. He's at home watching hockey.
Yeah. The poor Blackhawks.
Mark, we see you're not here. We noticed. Leaving us hanging, only showing up for basketball games. 40 seconds remaining in the second period. Jensen is the guy in control technically right now. That's why the official has his right hand with the green band on. Brewer bails back to his stomach to avoid giving up any type of near fall. 22 seconds remaining in the second period. Now under 10. Brewer's locking up a wrist, but I'm not sure he has a move to go with it right now with 2 seconds left. So going to end the second period with Jensen ahead 6-3 and blood time again.
What stood out to you about this Winterset team tonight in both duels that we've seen?
Well, not being complacent with being on top position. They were actually looking for a fall, and that made all the difference with those bonus points. A lot of times you have guys that wrestle and they'll kind of hang out and they're looking to just win 3-2 and 5-4, and they weren't. They were looking to make something happen. I don't know if this is how they always wrestle this year or if this was coach specifically saying, hey, we're going to need every bonus point we can get, so don't stop, don't slow down no matter what. But they definitely went full throttle, and you could tell.
Getting the mat cleaned up here. The blood has stopped flowing. It just kind of makes you wonder, what is their ceiling as a team this year? We've seen some good individual performances, but what we've seen out of this team, it leaves me curious anyway about what their potential is as we get to those regional duels, as you talked about.
Well, and I said they defeated Osage. I know Osage may have had one or two guys of the lower weights out. It's hard to say because sometimes somebody just beats somebody and that's their spot. So it's not that somebody was out. It's that somebody won a wrestle off and took that spot. So if you were just looking at scores, you're like, oh, well, that wasn't their starter. Well, it might be now. And sometimes it just doesn't make a difference who the backup is and who the starter is. If the other guy's an animal, that might be all the difference it takes. But they definitely have some big quality wins so far this year. I mean, Osage was ranked up there. Bondurant was ranked up there. It's hard to say, really, because on any given night, a few moves changes everything, and you're going to need to be on at regional duels, and then you're really going to need to be on, especially in that first round at state duels, because winning the first, well, assuming they do it as they did in years past, winning the first round means you're going to finish top 4, or losing the first round means you're stuck at 5 through 8.
Yep.
And a theme, there's the stalemate. There's definitely some solid teams in 2A, but if you look, everybody's been kind of beating everybody. I think Osage and Crestwood had a close one and was a 1-point duel. Osage wrestles Independence this week. I think West Delaware is number 1, and they're still undefeated with a pretty stout lineup, so that is your team to beat. But the other part is when you talk about state duels, you're talking about winning 3 duels in a row. Test your conditioning and test your team depth a little bit.
6-3 with 40 seconds to go in this match. Reese Brower leading Keegan Jensen.
No. Jensen leading Brower.
Jensen leading Brower. That's what I said. I just yeah. Sorry. Jensen is leading Brower. I had it backwards.
Brower's on top, working a power half. So far, nothing. And we're going to go back to blood time.
And it can kind of match up too at duels. Let's say they get to the state duel tournament. Is it the lighter weights versus the heavier weights in that first round? So a lot of that is just how you line up right away and getting those matchups. If West Delaware is loaded in the middle weights, can Winterset compete there? But
right.
West Delaware is probably an outlier where they're like Southeast Polk. They got 26 guys that could wrestle varsity, and there's only 14 spots.
Right. We're going to get one escape for Jensen. Brower wants to go neutral. And Brower, I thought he got around, but he did not. There's 10 seconds remaining in the third period here. And that looks like it's going to be the final score, 7-3. Brower going for something big, not getting it.
I give him credit. He wrestled to the whistle there.
Yeah.
He tried. He was behind. He was doing everything he could. That was great.
So I believe 40-29 is the final, even if track says 43-29. Not that it really matters at that point. So Winterset goes 2-0 on the night. Big day for them. Safe drive back home. And well done. We're going to move on after maybe a short break. Hard to say. But our final duel of the night will be Bondurant versus Ballard.
Yeah, congratulations are in order to the Winterset wrestling team, their community, their fans, their coaches, being the conference dual team champions. They really put on a great show tonight and have all season. So congratulations are in order to them.
Technically, they're 6-0. So I'm not sure who's left on their schedule, but it would take some major upsets for them to lose those final duels. So for all intents and purposes, we're going to say that they are the Raccoon River Conference champs. And now we'll see how both teams, Bondurant and Ballard, bounce back from tough losses that they were hoping for more out of. You know, sometimes it can be really deflating, so we'll see how they come out, what type of energy they have. We saw Ballard with huge energy to start that duel, see if they can maintain that and see if Bondurant finds their energy. We'll start this next duel at 145 pounds. We'll probably step away for just a little bit while they're cleaning the mats, and we'll come back on when we're ready to get some wrestling going.
The mats are cleared, and we now have the wrestlers and coaches. So the captains and the coaches coming out to the center of the mat where they'll do their flip.
I believe that's Askelson for Ballard, and that's Fizer and Anderson for Bondurant. Chase Fizer, not Connor Fizer. There's more than one. Riley Anderson, not Justin Anderson. There's more than one. Mason Askelson, I don't know if there's more, but I only see one on the list.
JV's getting underway, and varsity is right behind.
So we'll start this varsity one at 145 pounds, where it should be Wyatt Borg for Ballard, 16 and, well, was 16 and 8. He won, so 17 and 8. Cramblett, 11 and 8 on the season.
Big win out of him earlier tonight, too.
Bondurant will be green, Ballard will be red if you're watching the officials' hands going up.
Nice shot there by Cramblett. He'll finish that for 2.
Cramblett trying to get that fist in his back now. He's got a leg in. Might be a little high, but with that arm on the far side, he still has control.
You like to see that wing above the elbow there. That makes it pretty tight when you get that pressure.
A little whip around, brings Borg down flat. Borg works back up, and they're going to go out of bounds. Cramblett still in control. Minute 11 remaining in the first. Cramblett does a good job working through on that to maintain control. He's got that leg hooked, which really makes it hard for the bottom guy to work up. Catches a wrist, putting a lot of pressure on the back of that arm. 45 seconds remaining, and they're going to go out of bounds. Cramblett with a good mat return. Catches that wrist on the way.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. You see that wrist where he keeps that wrist control. You have a lot of options as a wrestler in the top position if you can control hands and keep that wrist control, and that's exactly what Kane's doing. And he's able to work a lot off of that, leaving Borg as almost feeling helpless maybe, but like not able to really do anything to get free with that post tied up.
18 seconds remaining now, and Cramblett with a good mat return. Coach Corey giving some advice on what he might want to do once he gets that arm back there again. Catches that wrist again. 10 seconds remaining. A lot of pressure on the back of that arm. Really good ride for this first period for Cramblett. We're going to end the period 2-0.
Another thing that does is that helps him it helps him in depleting the energy of Borg. Like, it takes a lot to be on the bottom, and Cramblett rode really tough on top. And that's going to pay off when we get a minute left in the third period, and Cramblett's going to be fresh because of how much time he was able to ride on top.
Absolutely. Cramblett chose down to start the second period. Borg looking to cradle. So far, not enough reach on that, but he does kind of have Cramblett somewhat turned with that far arm caught. Coach is telling him, peel that hand off so you get your body back. And now I think Cramblett has the hand. He's trying to throw it over the top so he can work in. And Borg goes right back into it. Trying to reach that cradle. And he might have it. I think he has it locked up. Gets him turned, and that's flat. I think that's going to be a fall. And it is.
Yeah, once he had that arm trapped, it was pretty tight. So something that you would think Borg has worked on for a long time in the wrestling room. You get that arm trapped, it's really hard to break a crossface cradle when it's that tight and in the arm trap.
So we're going to change it up a little bit at 152 pounds, and for Bondurant, you're going to see Marcus Teed go out there. And I believe this is Blake Fleischman for Ballard. Teed, a sophomore, wrestles mostly JV, has squeezed in a few varsity matches this year. Fleischman 9-14 on the season. Teed trying to work around. Fleischman caught that leg. Good scramble going. No points awarded yet. Fleischman has the leg. Teed tries hooking the head, needs to bail, and does. That's going to be a 2 takedown for Fleischman. Teed now looking for the reversal and gets it. Trying to see if I see Jones anywhere, if he's icing something or what. I don't know. I didn't see anything. Teed working, 52 seconds remaining now. And Fleischman trying to sit. Teed controls the waist. Nowhere for him to go. Yeah, Jacob Vanderlinden over on the JV mat. Fleischman reaching back. You don't want to reach back like that. If Teed saw it, he could have whipped over and got that half in there.
Yeah, like one of the first rules of wrestling is don't reach back. Like you just don't. There's never a good time to reach back, and you get yourself in a lot of danger.
You hear Coach yelling him to run it. He wants it. Power half. And
he's got to keep moving, get his hips up. He's got to move.
Fleischman gets the reversal with 10 seconds left. So even though we told you never reach back, it worked out for him. He's working for a butcher and gets the turn, and 1 second left, and there's not going to be time for the pin. He was bouncing back and forth. So they're going to give a 3 near fall, which is going to make it 7-2. It's going to be Teed's choice. Teed says, I'll defer. And Fleischman's going to choose bottom position. Teed was definitely on the verge of some extra points there. He's reaching back again. It worked for him last time. Teed looking for a power half, but doesn't actually commit to it. Drops in on a leg. Still has control. And looks like Fleischman, a half a neck wrench, and is going to get him onto his back. So that should be a reversal too, and looks like they're probably near fall points. Fleischman looking for a pin with 1:16 remaining. Teed trying to keep that shoulder up. Fleischman adjusting. More of a rear choke at that point. Teed gets out of that. It's going to be a 3 near fall. And
that's a tough position right there. You feel like you can't hardly move with your head tucked underneath you there, and Marcus doing a really good job of trying to work free out of that.
And that's going to be a near fall 3 as well. On the verge of a tech fall here. Scoreboard has it 15-2 with 30 seconds remaining in the second. He's looking to run the butcher, and if Marcus can belly out, that should be the match. Fleischman looking for the pin though. He's turned hard the other way if he's got a chance at this. 14 seconds remaining. Might be able to. Nope. Shouldn't have said anything.
Nope, there's your lesson right there. So after that, it's going to be 12-0 Ballard.
Gabe Christensen coming in at 160 pounds for Ballard, now 18-6 on the season. And for Bondurant-Farrar, Aiden Carl, 7-6 on the season. Tough matchup for Carl. Christensen is, as we saw earlier, a very solid wrestler. Ranked by predicament, not yet by wrestle, but that one's coming as well. Carl out in the front headlock, looking to try to make something happen. And quick stalemate again. 18 seconds into the match, we already got a stalemate.
We should have started tallying these at 5:30, how many stalemates we'd get, because it's unprecedented, the number we've seen tonight.
Unfortunately, at 5:30, we really didn't know that we were going to set this record. Christensen with that takedown. Got the leg elevated, got the arm. Had an arm. Carl works back to his base, and Christensen's just going to drag him back to the middle, try to get that leg trip. Carl gets his leg down for the escape. Christensen was looking for a throw. Carl has his leg wrapped, and Christensen's going to bring him down. He's not counting any near fall.
It's hard to see from our angle, but the way that he was able to keep his shoulders from being exposed to the mat, he did not give up any back points there. Even though it kind of looked like it, he was close enough over to not give it up.
So 34 seconds remaining in the first period. Christensen ahead 4-1. Doing some work on that arm, throws it up over his head, looks for the behalf, and Carl's got a tough spot. That's going to be a fall. Very technically sound match from Christensen to give Ballard an 18-0 lead. Now this is where they threw us at 170 pounds last time, so I think this is Wilkinson coming out. It's not Swain, because Swain's still standing over there.
Yep, so this would be the time for Bondurant to get it turned around here.
So Jeremiah Wilkinson, 15-7 on the season, a senior. Porter Smith, 12-6 on the season, a junior. Porter looking for the offense right away. Came out firing in that last match and ended up getting caught. Looking for the offense right away this time, in on a single, and gets the 2 takedown. Had him to his back, not back points. Minute 37 remaining in the first period.
You see that arm trapped underneath for Porter Smith. He has Wilkinson's arm trapped. Once again, you can control the wrist and you can control the arm. You really have a lot that you can do, and it's almost a helpless feeling when you're on the bottom and you just got to work to get that free, and you're putting all your energy into that while the guy on top is just thinking about what he can do and what he wants to do. You can see the ref looking at that elbow there, just making sure that it's at a safe angle.
Legal. Yep.
It's got to be 90 degrees on the back. You get past that, they'll stop it.
Good return by Porter. Yeah, loud return by Porter. .25 seconds remaining. Porter with a solid ride so far. Has a butcher there trying to. Normally likes the butcher. Thought he might try and just grab that leg and elevate and see if he couldn't twist him over. Wilkinson looking for the sit. 4 seconds left. Porter with a solid control. Looks like it's going to end the period. Smith's going to be ahead 2-0. Porter's going to choose down. Comes right up. Wilkinson tries going for a ride. Porter's looking to control hands. They give a quick stall call for not bringing him down fast enough against Wilkinson. And Porter gets the reversal.
Man, he just keeps going and going, and he's constantly working, and it's like his motor's just going to run no matter what's going on. It's fun to watch him wrestle and just continually push the envelope.
And you'll see that crossface. Porter's got a pretty solid crossface. It makes the kid want to give up that cradle. Overshot the cradle, though, and Wilkinson was able to come out on top for a second. Didn't control it. Porter came back on top, gives up the escape so they can go neutral. Now Wilkinson looking for his own offense. In on the shot. Porter's just going to try to muscle him over and see if he can't control it, but Wilkinson's going to climb out the backside and get the takedown. So Porter's ahead 4-3 with 50 seconds remaining in the second. Wilkinson tries the suck back. Porter needs to try to stand up, see if he can't get another stall call for not getting brought back down fast enough. And it looked like he was trying an old side roll, and Wilkinson caught a leg in there, almost had him to his back. Wilkinson's too high. If Porter can get some leverage to try to catch that head, but 17 seconds remaining in the second. And now there's back points happening. Looks like a 2 count. And then Porter's going to come out on top. That's a reversal, 4 seconds left. So you're going to get a near fall 2 for Wilkinson and a reversal 2 for Porter. It's going to make it 6-5, Porter ahead. With Wilkinson's decision for the third period, he's going to choose top. Okay.
So that was quite an interesting series of events there where it looked like Porter was in trouble, and even though he gave up the near fall points, he continued to move to get to score right at the end. Man.
So Wilkinson gets a cradle.
That's tight.
And
Porter does have his arm free, and he does have room to scoot out there. He's created space to continue to fight that by having his arm free.
And he's just about loose, catches ahead, going to get the 3 near fall for Wilkinson, 2 reversal for Porter Smith, and he's got him on his back looking for a fall.
Man alive, they're back at it, just keep scrambling.
And now 3 near fall for Porter, and then a reversal 2 for Wilkinson. If the scoreboard's right, it's 11-10. Porter ahead, 1:15 remaining. I'd tell you you'd be looking for Wilkinson to cut him, but the way this scoring has been going, who knows?
So we're going with 11-10. We agree with the scoreboard here in the gym with that scramble series and that mess, and they'll sort it out if it's wrong. We're down to 50 seconds left. Porter coming out, and now we got the escape. So a little cushion here for him. Looking to trip. He's got the double unders, and he steps through.
Right
There's
to
2.
his back. 2 takedown, getting near fall points. 34 seconds remaining. They're out of bounds.
And you can score back points off the mat just like they did there.
It's a 2 near fall, so he didn't have him for a 5 count. Porter goes ahead 16-10 with 31 seconds remaining.
He just has to wrestle smart here, keep his head up, stay back behind the hips, work off to the side. He doesn't need to look to lock up anything fancy here. You just want to win this match. At this point in time, he's doing the right thing. He's doing a good job of staying back behind the shoulders. He might get warned for stalling. It's not going to hurt him at this point in time.
Only 5 seconds left. You can't get hit 3 times for stalling in 5 seconds. And even then, he'd still have the lead. So, looked for a cradle, had it locked up, ran out of time. Porter Smith going to come away with a 16-10 victory. It's going to make the team score 18-3. Now at 182 pounds, you're going to get John Powers, 14-3 on the season, versus Jaden Swain, who is 0-3 on the season for varsity. While they get lined up, just a quick thank you again to Story Construction for their sponsorship of this duel. Story Construction here in town has been very involved working on the new junior high north of here. high school edition, that was them. The Morris Elementary edition, that was them. The library expansion, that was them. The middle school remodel, yep, that was them. And the Blue Jay football stadium, that was also them. So great to have Story sponsoring us, and great to have John Powers getting that takedown.
Yeah, now he's working the Turk to get the turn there. He's got that leg hooked. He's got the hips exposed of Swain.
We're holding the 2 near fall out there. There's the award.
And now he's got the cradle locked up. That's tight. Knee in the side, his left knee in the side of Swain. He's trying to get that arm trapped.
And there's the fall. Yeah, you saw that bottom knee going into the side, like you said, and then he hooked the other leg with the right, which eliminated his opportunity to try to kick out of it. So now this is not Askelson. So this is going to be Thomas Locker at 195 pounds for Ballard and Evan Reha for Bondurant-Farrar. I don't know if Askelson is wrestling at 220 or if this is one of those that you talked about where just controlling seating when they're looking at conference in 2 weeks. Reha is going to get the 2 takedown. And Reha doesn't actually have that arm in there. He's just trying to purely muscle him over. Roll a little tilt in there. Not as often you see those in the heavier weights.
No, not too often at all.
Of course, Reha doesn't actually look like he's carrying around a whole lot of fat with him. Near fall, too, for him. There's an argument to be made that he might have been the fastest right tackle in the state.
Well, that's something to be proud of. You like that when your lineman can move.
35 seconds remaining in the first period. Definitely wasn't the heaviest right tackle in the state. We got Geimer over here on the JV mat. Maybe.
Brock Chapman with a big win, pretty quick win on the match before it.
So now Locker gets his reversal. I believe they got a locked hands on Reha at the same time, so it'll be 1 penalty. Nope, no reversal. There's going to be a 1 for Locker for locked hands by Reha. And 1 point for escape for Locker, making it 4-2 as they head into the second period. Reha is going to choose down. Caleb Geimer looking like he's going to get a... Is it Geimer? I think it is. It's hard to tell. Maybe it's not. No, it's not. Just kidding. I don't have a list of the JV matches, so I'm just up here guessing. Locker on top trying to do some work against Reha. Looking for a power half, looking for a little pull over the knee, and they're going to go out of bounds. Cody Hay thinks that should have been stalling for not bringing him down fast enough. The official did not agree. Second period, minute 33 remaining, and Reha's up again. He's going to get the escape. Locker now looking for the shot. Reha's got that leg. It's going to be hard to finish that way if he holds on to it. Well, hard for Locker to finish if Reha holds on to it. But then Reha converts that into his own offense.
there's always opportunities to score, and he was able to continue to work and get his points on that, and it builds a nice cushion of 7-2.
33 seconds remaining.
Hunter Lyman out on the JV mat right now.
Ten seconds remaining in the second period. Reha still in control and ahead 7-2. So now Locker's going to choose neutral to start the third period. He's trailing 7-2. Looking for a throw. Reha sinks his hips.
Good job.
Comes out on top. Good technique by Reha. Gets the takedown.
And that's something that you got to practice. It's not an instinctive thing to want to sink your hips, and he did it. So that's a great defense. He was able to score off it.
Locker looking for the switch. Reha with the follow. Decides to let him up. And Locker goes right back into it, but is not able to convert the takedown. So he gets the escape, which makes it 9-3, and we are neutral. I don't think Reha was expecting him to turn around and attack right away, which if you can catch them when they're not paying attention, that's the move. Locker tried coming around behind. They're not awarding a 2-point. And Reha now slides out, comes out on top, gets the 2 takedown. Right now he's ahead by 8 points, looking for some near fall. 52 seconds remaining in the third period. Trying to walk around that head. Locker works back up to his base, and now trying to stand up. 30 seconds remaining, not a lot of action right now. Gonna need a big mat return, and he gets away, so now it's not a major decision spread. So Reha's got to try and score with 20 seconds remaining, and I don't think he realizes that as he's kind of hanging out defending. The Locker needs to look for something too, and so he might be able to convert that. 10 seconds remaining.
He's got to stuff the head and get around behind. He's got to get that arm pried off.
And 3 seconds. We're going to end this match at 11-4. I think that's one of those where it just didn't look like Reha knew he needed another point. And most of the time with JV matches, we don't have team scores, so you don't always get that feeling of when you need to come away with bonus points. So it's a good opportunity to learn there for Evan that, hey, where am I looking for one extra point?
Yep, exactly right. That's a great point. And in a future conversation for Coach Wonderland and the staff to have with him, and they can use that to teach others as well, understanding the situation and just trying to get that next point you need.
So now coming out at 220 for Ballard, we have Nick Waka. Had that heavyweight match that he wrestled a little while ago. And for Bondurant-Farrar, you have Noah Winger, a freshman. And we're both looking for a throw. And Waka's able to get that leg trip into his to get that 2 takedown and some near fall.
He had the double underhook, which already gave him the advantage. And then when he was able to step inside, that's what made that happen for him. Noah's got to work to get off his back here, but when he's on his feet, understanding to pummel out of that double underhook situation.
Hunter Lyman got that win over on the JV mat, and Nick Waka is going to get the fall on the varsity mat.
Dawson Sanger wrestling some JV on the mat next to us.
So now up at heavyweight for Bondurant-Farrar, Isaiah Larson. And for Ballard, Brady Erishman. Remember, Erishman did not wrestle the heavyweight match against Winterset. That was Waka, so now we're seeing him out here. He's a senior. He's 9-6 on the season. Looks like he might be closer to a 220-pounder as well, which why switching between him and Waka didn't really change the weight differential, I don't think, very much. They're going to call a stalemate now 26 seconds in, so that's a little later than last time when they did that. Larson is not going to make 220.
No, he will not be doing that.
It's like Alaric Whiting got the fall over on the JV mat for Ballard. And I think that's the end of our JV matches. So going to get a stalemate.
2 in 1 minute.
There is a minute 2 remaining on the clock, so the official does not believe there's enough action happening to merit that continuation like that. A lot of collar tie, not uncommon with heavyweights. We talked about taking a shot against a heavyweight, puts you underneath their weight, and it's a little riskier, and a lot of times that's just a strategy the heavyweights go with is I'm not taking a shot. Might look for a duck under or something like that, but overall you can see this a lot where it's 2 minutes of collar ties and hand fighting and trying to wear each other out, hoping the other guy makes a mistake.
And it's even at the state tournament. They got 8 mats going, and if you watch all 8 heavyweights at the same time, it's like it's exactly what you're watching here with what we got going on with Isaiah Larson and Brady Erishman. Like, it's that exact same style of wrestling for the first period, and typically 0-0, and then after the second period 1-0, and then after the third period it's 1-1, and then they go into overtime. Like, you seriously see that a lot in the heavyweights, and it's just the way that they wrestle. When you get to that level, when you're evenly matched between a bunch of guys at that weight, they just don't take a lot of chances for the reasons that you explained. It's really actually smart wrestling to not take those chances, to put yourself underneath at a disadvantage.
Now, that being said, sometimes you don't see the bigger guys take the bottom position. Harder to stand up against that, but Erishman did defer his choice. Larson chose down to start the second period. Erishman controlling that left leg with his legs, which is preventing Larson from being able to get back to his base a little bit. You can see every time Isaiah gets up with back on his hands and knees, the Erishman does like a leg sweep to one of those legs to try and break him back down. Right at 50 seconds now remaining in the second period.
It'd be nice if Isaiah tried to stand that leg up, and there he does. He's trying to work backwards over that to get that point. It's pretty critical if you choose the down position in the second period to get that escape or even a reversal, but getting that escape point is huge. We do have blood time here for Isaiah.
If you saw the official just flip his little coin down, he was just marking where the blood was, the area, so that they could go over and clean it quick. It didn't actually mean anything as far as what the match meant or the color up or anything like that.
How awesome are these students that film these matches? Like, they're doing an amazing job.
They have been. We got Will Wilson up here hanging out with us from the top mat, and then Bridget Johnson is down there crawling all over the place, getting you the close-up angles. She's down there today. Worked a basketball game yesterday. Probably the clip of the year with the bird dance. from Caitlin Lappy. If you haven't seen that, go check out Blue Jay Digital's Facebook page, and you'll see that wonderful work of art as Lappy celebrated Avery Freed's 1,001th point because she couldn't get 1,000 exactly. She had to hit a three-pointer. 5 seconds remaining here in the second period, and it's going to be a full period ride for Irishman. So we're going to go into the third period tied at zeros. Irishman's going to have the choice. He's going to choose down now with Larson on top.
So let's see what Isaiah can work on top here, if he can keep that pressure on and try to work some offense to get a turn. We call that tripoding up and out by Irishman.
And he's going to get the escape. Thought Larson might work right into a throw. I didn't even know if the escape was going to be awarded, but didn't like his angle on it apparently, and so let him go. Now with 1:32 remaining, Larson's going to have to go for some offense because he trails by 1. You may sit here and think, well, does he want an underhook? Does he want a collar tie? What does he want? And in all honesty, it depends a little bit on the wrestler. Sometimes people feel comfortable with an overhook and an underhook. Some of them like 2 underhooks. And the occasional person really likes 2 overhooks, but that seems less common.
It just about the amount of pressure you can apply. Right there you saw Irishman able to just kind of slide underneath the arm of Larson. So now Isaiah with a 3-point deficit. He's either going to get the reversal, and he needs the reversal and a turn, or he needs an escape and a takedown.
And they're going to go with the optional start and then dive on him from Irishman. I think he just wanted the extra momentum when he went for the pressure. Larson now trying to work up, and we got blood. Larson's bleeding.
So one thing that you talked about was the underhook, so getting your arm underneath the arm of the other person and hooking that. And something else you can do combined with the underhook is getting your head in the side. So putting your head in on that same side that you have that underhook to apply a lot of pressure. That also creates space. So you could do like a snatch single. You could try to trip. And that's why an underhook is a really good advantage there for some of those things that it opens up offensively.
Larson has a fair amount of blood on the front of that singlet. It doesn't hide well in the white. And Irishman going to go with the optional start again. We'll see if he just kind of dives on right afterwards again. And he does. I think it's a momentum thing. He's just trying to get that effort.
Certainly what it looks like.
I don't know that I've seen that strategy a lot, but it worked for him twice. 30 seconds remaining now in the third period. Got that leg hooked again. In 15 seconds, Larson's trying to work up. Irishman could potentially be called for riding parallel, but it really isn't going to make much difference because there's not enough time left. And that's going to be the end of the period. End of the match. Irishman's going to come away with that victory 3-0, bring the team score up to 27-12 as we move down to the lower weights. And we'll see if Ballard has a 106-pounder this time. You'll remember last time against Winterset, they didn't send anybody out.
Look who's on deck for 106. For the Jays.
Looks like it might be Connor Fizer taking it, but they're saying whose choice is it? It's Red's choice to send somebody out, and Red is going to defer. So Connor Fizer is going to come out and take that forfeit, and that's going to allow us to slide our 6, 13, 20, and 26 up a spot because I'm not sure X-Dam's wrestling this match.
Man, that's a huge advantage, though, for Bondurant to be able to do that, to bump weights with the strength. knowing that Connor, I mean, if Connor Fizer would have had a match, he'd have wrestled really well. Connor's a good wrestler, like a very good chance he would have won. So this is huge for the team.
I feel like Connor's tech faulted pretty much every match that I've seen scored for him this year. So one of those kids were stuck behind a lot of really good kids, and there's just only so many lightweight classes. So now at 113 pounds, Cody Hay Jr. is going to be wrestling Jack Shepard, a sophomore. And Hay thought he was going to have him planted right on his back there, but Shepard with a good counter. Hay right back in. Shepard looking for a throw off of that, but Hay's able to finish the takedown. I'm not entirely sure. It looks like Overrocklin's wrestling the next match. Hay looking for the fall.
Well, he'd be the guy that, let's see here.
He would have been facing long.
Yep.
Hay's got his arm trapped under there, so I'm not sure he can pin him with the way his arm is, but he might be able to slide that up more towards his neck and get the fall.
Something I noticed is Gavin Lyman appears to be warming up, though.
I wonder if that'll change, though, because Peyton Rowell looks like, Rowell looks like he might have a match, too. So I think there's some uncertainty on who's wrestling the rest of this. Hay gets the fall.
I like that, though. Warm up a bunch of people and make Ballard think about it a little bit.
Right.
Great win for Cody Hay, by the way.
So Dalton Rowell is actually not going to wrestle. We're going to skip to 120. Riley Anderson is going to wrestle Luke Hartsook. Hartsook a sophomore, Anderson a senior.
We actually had quite the entertaining match with Hartsook earlier. Scored a bunch of points in the third period to win his match.
Riley had that underhook, looking to score off of that. Long arms out of both of these wrestlers. Hartsook went for the shot, but Anderson doesn't get taken down very often. Now he's got that head in the hole, looking to grab that arm back there, and gets the 2 takedown. And the way many of Riley Anderson's matches finish. Oh no, he's going for the double chicken wing.
That's tight right there. You betcha. If you could sit right here.
You know what they say about the double chicken wing? The best way to defend it, never get into it.
That is wise right there, Patrick.
Because I can tell you, this is a very uncomfortable position. He's pinned, and at that point, you just want it to be done.
Crunch time here, folks. We got 3 matches left, and Ballard has their best wrestler at the end.
So Peyton Rowell is going to come in to wrestle 126 pounds. And now they're going to decide, because this is Bondurant's choice they have to declare first. So he's wrestling at 126. Now Ballard's trying to decide, do they want to wrestle against him? I don't know that he was going to wrestle against Chase.
So we've got,
I think it's Lane Kaler. Yeah, so we're going to go Lane Kaler, sophomore, for Ballard. Peyton Rowell, a senior, for Bondurant-Farrar.
So then you would think Fizer's going to 30.
Fizer looks like he's wrestling.
Okay.
I wouldn't. Well, I don't think he can wrestle 38. Never mind. I was going to say, Fizer sometimes is just looking for a tough match. I could have seen him try to bump all the way up to get the better guy, but I don't think he can bump up 2 weight classes.
You can only bump 1 weight class.
That's just a rule. You can only wrestle 1 weight class above the weight class you weigh in at. So.
Yes. Yep.
Because we saw that at Indianola, Chase bumped up to wrestle their 132-pounder Downey. Downey, really tough wrestler. I think he's ranked 2 or 3 in 3A at 132 pounds. Rowell in on a single, switches to a double, back to the single. Needs to get his hips up. He's got that leg hook, but needs to try to get his hips up, and he does. Good to get that 2 takedown. I was a little worried they might call a stalemate there based off the way the night's been going with the stalemate calls.
It's a legitimate concern.
And Kaler's going to get the escape with 47 seconds remaining in the first period. So it looks like we're probably going to have Chase Fizer at 132 pounds, and I think you're right, Gavin Lyman at 138. Potentially against Reese Brower for Ballard at 132, and maybe Gage Long at 138. I think he's over there warming up. Kaler in on a double. Rowell's able to get his hips back. Now looking to see if he can convert that into his own offense with the front headlock. Kaler squeezes out of that. 5 seconds remaining in the first period, and we're going to end the first period with Rowell having a 2-1 lead.
Peyton, an accomplished cross-country runner for the Blue Jays.
And Peyton came to wrestling a little bit later, spent some time on the hardwood, and realized wrestling's just a lot more fun, I think. For him, at least.
Hey, never too late to start, and people seem to love wrestling once they join it, that's for sure.
I don't know if he wrestled in middle school, but he picked it back up in high school as a junior. Getting a little high, resets, gets his hips back, good elevation, good mat return. You'll notice that he had to separate his hand, or he chose to separate his hands on the way down. The reason he chose to separate his hands is because you can't return him with your hands locked together. That is a penalty for locked hands. So if you're ever wondering why it always looks like they're letting go on the way down, it's because that's the rules. Some of these things may seem completely obvious to people who have been watching wrestling for years, but one of the nice things about all these events being streamed is that we get some people that haven't watched a lot of wrestling being able to. And so sometimes we'll state things that are completely obvious, like Peyton Rowell having this half Nelson in, looking to try to get the fall.
Hey, one of the oldest moves in the book, but they use it because it works, just like that. That's how it's taught, the way that he did it.
And he's now trying to adjust, and there he does. He gets the fall. Good job, Peyton Rowell.
On senior night.
Oh, good call. Not a lot of seniors on this Blue Jay roster. You got Riley Anderson, you got Peyton Rowell, you got Cannon Extam, and you got Jackson Hill. So now at 132 pounds, you're going to have Reese Brower, senior for Ballard, versus Chase Fizer, a junior, wrestling up from 126 pounds.
And the Blue Jays could seal this duel with a win at this match right here.
Fizer 16-2 on the season. Those two losses coming to Stevie Barnes from Underwood and Downey from Indianola. Two kids that will definitely end up on a podium, barring injury.
And kind of the wrestling analogy is iron sharpens iron. So Chase Fizer goes out and challenges himself, and that's how he's going to get better, is by wrestling those type of wrestlers. It's going to pay off for him in February.
Brewer looking to duck under that. Fizer able to recover. Now looking for his own offense. Has that underhook. And slides around and gets the 2 takedown.
You bet, he had control.
I think you talked about it earlier. You just keep wrestling, and that's definitely Fizer on that. He had a shot, didn't get it, countered right into another shot, and that one worked. And now he's in on a single. Comes around, gets the 2. Minute remaining in the first period. And he's working a little bit, trying to score some back points from the top position maybe. Wasn't sure if he'd look to let him up and take him down a few more times or if he was going to try to create some offense from the top position.
Look at that. Locking it up. Man, that was fun. It would have been nice to stay in bounds to finish it. That was cool.
He's over looking at Dykey, letting Coach Dykey make a decision. What do I want here? And he's going to give the intentional release to start neutral. So that's 1 point for Brower. 4-2 now, 33 seconds remaining in the first period. Underhook, look for the fireman's carry. Brower's got that other hand tied up. And now 18 seconds remaining. Fizer's going to try and get around behind.
There you
and
go.
Just
good
muscles
pressure.
him over.
You bet. There's control. Oh, no control yet. They're going to go out of bounds.
Okay, 3.7 seconds remaining. Way to keep wrestling by Reese Brower.
And give Brower a lot of credit on that because Fizer let him up in order to take him down, but Brower just kept wrestling and going into him and wrestling and wrestling and wrestling, and he didn't give up that takedown.
Fizer's going to have choice. He's going to choose down. Fizer right up to his feet, controls hands and gets away, gets the escape, take a 5-2 lead.
He's got that elbow, and he worked the underhook, but if you can control somebody's elbow, somebody's wrist, I mean, you are setting yourself up for success by just doing that, those little things. Right now he's in an overhook position. He wants to drop down to a carry with that. So you can definitely have an offense from that overhook position, and that's what Chase was trying to work on there. Just ran out of space.
Fizer went for that low ankle pick. Brower's able to get his ankle back. One thing you got to watch when you're giving up a little bit of weight is when you tie up high, a lot of times the guy might have a little bit of height and a little bit of upper body strength that might be ready to make a throw on you.
Look at him reaching for that far ankle. He's just going after it here, and he's going to limp arm out, get his right arm limp, pull it out to get the takedown, but he's just so methodical, and he gets it. He moves so well. He's always in position to score. Like, you look at that and you're thinking, what's going on? Well, Chase is thinking he's going to score out of that position. A stalemate, Patrick.
A stalemate.
Huh.
Clearly, they didn't know that Chase could have scored out of that. Now that's going to be a caution red. He went in for the low single before the whistle was blown. There is a limit on how many times you can do that before any type of caution before you start losing points. Fizer in on a single. And Brower able to muscle back into him a little bit. They go out of bounds, neutral position. Fizer up to his feet, quick back to the center. Kid never looks tired.
So another piece that goes along with that to be a high-level wrestler is that mental toughness that it takes. He obviously has trained his brain to never be tired. Like, you train your brain enough to never let your body be tired because your brain will quit before your body does. And he's just told himself, hey, my body can do this. I'm not tired. I have all the energy.
And
look at
that
another great takedown. Wow.
I think it was the Carroll duel where he finished his match, got his win, and then you see him over there running on the side. Like, he just didn't get enough workout in the match that he needed to go get some extra work in.
Yeah, that's the mental toughness it takes to be that next level wrestler. And he's putting himself in that position by all that he is doing outside of this circle.
So Brower chooses down, gets the escape, so it's going to be 7-3 now in this third period. You see Brower reaches back, grabs that leg. They're going to go out of bounds at neutral. But Brower looking for some offense. One of the things that's always interesting when you're watching a wrestling meet is you can see good takedown. You can see different coaches tend to have different things to say to different wrestlers. Sometimes you got a coach for the heavy guys, a coach for the lightweight guys, a coach for the middleweight guys. And so it's just interesting to see who's the one coaching during a match.
You can see that Turk there that Chase has on the leg that exposes the hips. He's able to do a lot with it, and Brower's just trying to get his leg free.
45 seconds remaining in the third period. Fizer with a 6-point lead. Any type of win seals the duel for Bondurant. One match after this at 138 pounds. Now down to 25 seconds. Fizer still got that leg hooked. Trying to get that Turk back in there, see if he can't get some near fall points. He's pushing in. And that's only a 1 count. That's not going to be near fall at that point. 4 seconds remaining. And that's going to get the major decision. It's going to be a 2 near fall, but that's all he needed to get the major. Fizer's going to win 11-3. Team score 40-27 at 138 pounds remaining.
Well, that's exciting to be able to bounce back like Bondurant did from that loss that Winterset came out on fire, and Bondurant has bounced back. Will win this duel no matter what the outcome of this match. It's a good thing to be in this position. And Ballard's a talented team. They got a lot of good wrestlers. They're a traditionally rich, strong program with a great history behind them. So they know how to wrestle, and they know what wrestling's all about in that community.
Gage Long comes in here, 21-4 on the season. Gavin Lyman, a freshman, wrestling this match. Definitely a tough task for him. But you know what? You just come out here and, I mean, if you're Gavin, you got nothing to lose.
Absolutely not. That's a great way to put it. And Gavin's a young man that wants to be great at whatever he does. He's smart. He understands how his body works. He's going to continue to grow and get better. He wants to be great. This could be him in 3 years. I mean, in the other role as good as Gage Long, where you come out and you would know what you're going to do, and you have that experience and that strength, and Gavin's getting that right now. So, throw it all out on the line and see what happens. And that's what we're seeing out of him. He's wrestling his best. He's doing what he thinks he can do is his best moves right now.
He didn't walk into this match just saying, oh, I'm going to get pinned in 30 seconds. He's like, all right, what can I do with this leg? How can I fight this off?
Exactly. It's like, hey, I got the leg of this pretty good wrestler right now. Okay, let's move to improve. It doesn't always work the way you want it to, but he's thinking the right way, and he's going about this match the right way, and it'll pay off for him in the end. That might not be tomorrow or the next day, but in the end, it'll pay off for him by having wrestled this match.
I mean, you're talking about probably an 18-year-old against a 14-year-old. There's definitely some development that goes along with that. 20 seconds left as Lyman tries to fight this off. Long definitely has the position here to try to look for the pin. 10 seconds. This is where you fight with everything you got to avoid getting pinned, because you know there's not much time left. And 3, 2, 1. Got it. Good job. Nice fight, Gavin.
Yes, that's an awesome fight. Those are those building blocks that you just continue to learn from and realize that you can fight and you can do it. And that's what he just did right there. He put a deposit in the bank to show that later it'll be there for him.
Because we saw that tonight. You know, you have some matches where, hey, maybe things are going your way, and all of a sudden you get caught, get stuck on your back. Are you able to fight out of that? Those are memories that you know you can fight out of it. Good job by Long, bringing him down there, controlled. You can't just slam him on the mat. That is a violation. But Long picked him up, controlled him on the way down, and it was able to bring him right to his back. And there's the fall. Second period, minute 45. Match is going to go to Gage Long. Duel is going to go to Bondurant-Farrar, 40-33. Bondurant's going to go 1-1 on the night. Ballard's going to go 0-2. Good overall night for Raccoon River Conference Wrestling. Glad we were able to get it in, even though the weather may be coming in and some other places canceled. Both teams showed up. We got the duels in. Great work out of everybody.
Yeah, it was a really exciting night of wrestling, and the most important thing is everybody getting home safe from this. The wrestling that we took in tonight, you're going to see a lot of these kids at the state tournament that we saw tonight just because of the quality of wrestling that comes out of this conference, and we watched 3 of the best teams from the conference tonight. So a great night of wrestling and a lot to take away if you're all of the teams.
Absolutely. Fun night. Glad we were able to do it. Bondurant-Farrar going to Centerville hopefully Saturday. That it is going to be streamed. We'll get a link out there for that. I'm sure you can find it online too. It's like Pitch TV or something like that. I don't know off the top of my head. But so if you got nothing else going on Saturday, go ahead and stream some Centerville tournament wrestling and catch your Blue Jays in action. Anything else you got?
It's getting to that exciting time of the season. It's right around the corner. You can kind of feel that as we get to mid-January, knowing that the end will be here before we know it. But it's the next month where every week the team has to get better, and I anticipate seeing that. I hope that our fans are looking forward to it as well.
Absolutely. District or sectional is the first weekend in February. District second weekend in February, and state. Decisions to be made on how that works, but hopefully that news comes out. Let's make this season happen. You know, fans, they can figure that out later, but let's make sure the kids get the wrestling matches in because that's what it's about.
Exactly. The most important thing is getting the kids a chance to wrestle.
So thanks for tuning in to Blue Jay Digital. This feed from Patrick Meyer and Shannon Klein, and really run by Bridget Johnson and Will Wilson, and Seidel did a little bit too, I suppose. But great workout, everybody.